He said it is I, the old broke lady with the old house. Thank you, Mary. I appreciate it. Give me a damn good song. This song's good. Yeah, I haven't been honestly feeling up to par with live for a couple of days. Felt like I should have minded my business type shit for retrograde. But now I felt right. Just trying to get away from me. Just give me 1 second, please. I know. It's like that. I heard you. Now you see my soul. Mr. Porter, how you doing? I don't know you all. Just saying, you know. What was that movie? What's the beach? Posting on Twitter. It was harsh for Betty. Thank Christ I did not get on that. Because I was actually having a pretty damn good time just being to myself. I was having a really good time. Surprisingly, I guess the word would be productive. I love retrogrades personally. Time to review everything. Now, while I do agree with that, I'm a person who reviews like every single day. So when that time comes around, it's just not unusual for me. So I guess it's just like when it does come around, I'm like, okay, I mean, it is what it is. What am I not seeing? But at the same time, I'm not being cocky or nothing. I pretty much see everything that's going on in my life right now from every direction that I possibly could for now until either I decide to move location or do something crazy, you know. Yeah. I mean, I'm Capricorn, so I think a lot about, you know, not only the future, but the present too. And always how I can fix things and control things, and where this goes, that goes, penny holes, nobody knows, that type of shit. Unfortunately, a lot of people find reviewing life boring or not worth it. But I do kind of dibble and dabble in that. Hence why I do tarot. Okay, fuck you. As far as planetary shit, I mean, I'm into it. I'm into it. Yeah, Capricorn Sun. Taurus Moon, Taurus Ascendant, Scorpio Mars, Libra Mars. Libra, no, it's either Libra or Scorpio Mars. I think Libra Mars in Western. So that makes sense. Libra Mars in Western. No, it's Libra Mars the other way around. Libra Mars in Vedic. Scorpio Mars in the other one. I don't like Western astrology very much. And it's not because I don't necessarily identify. It's just not specific enough for me. I think Vedic is plenty specific. I think it's been around for longer. It has like a very strong basis. I like that it takes the soul path route versus taking the trivial life route as a human being. Yes, sidereal, tropical. Okay, I mean, I have, let's see, what else do I have? I know I have some crazy ass places. It has been around longer. You know, I mean, for the most part, it's all okay. So think about it this way. Western people have their spin on Egyptian horoscopes and astrology, as well as Indian folk. And I find that Indian folk take the have taken the more traditional route. Well, we have made a lot of things that we lace kind of within Western astrology that just, it fits everybody, right? But maybe your lifeline in your chart is not meant to fit everybody. You get what I mean? You know, I know it can get quite specific, but not as specific as I want. I like to read about karma and dharma. That's my thing. I like karma and dharma a lot. You said astrology was cared for by the East when it was taken from us in the West by the church. I don't know if that's necessarily true. What is the basis of the basis of astrology that we use right now currently in the West is completely different. It's completely different origin. That's why, like, we have several different versions of astrology. I mean, Mayans got their own version too. Mayan shit we had like 23, not 23 signs, but like 23 versions or something like that, or like a couple of different combinations. I think mine was like white. It was like white ghost dog or some shit. I don't know what it was. And tropical based on seasons. When sun hits Tropic of Capricorn, it is winter solstice. Oh, I'm learning more things. I find that Capricorn defines me a little bit more. Spring equinox is Aries, summer solstice Cancer, fall equinox Libra. Of course, this is my favorite time, fall equinox. The 4 points of the cross, the church also stole. Yeah, I can't with the church shit. I can't with the Christian shit. Maybe that's also why it triggers me. I'm not a Christian. I don't fuck with that type of shit. I don't have any, like, none of my family has like some Christian roots, but even that, we're so detached from that, at least within this side of the family. I have super Haitian people on one side, and then incredibly Italian and traditional people on the other. None of them like religion, truly. None of them like religion. None of them like astrology either. Now, the one dude in my family that does like astrology, he he believes in Vedic astrology. Vedic astrology. Evangelic. Oh, Jesus Christ. Really? It always kind of shocks me when people, who have very, very extreme. I guess it shouldn't shock me, but people who have very extreme backgrounds of religion kind of get into tarot. I wonder what. He said, yeah, it's harsh and funny at the same time. The Bible is fun. I know it is. I know it is. That's the thing. But astrology came first to me. Personally, we were looking at the stars before we were ever looking at a fucking Bible or reading in the first place. Egyptians played the same role before they even had like a writing caste system necessarily. They were looking at the stars as judgment. Astrology was first in all aspects. In the fact that we misguided and created such a like nasty fucking book to me is really, really insane, because it was built on a lot of murder, a lot of bloody murder, rape, pillaging, lots of sadness from the Bible to me. Every time I read that shit, I'm like, Jesus. I'll read some passages, I'm like, yeah, this shit get my heart beating. It make me uncomfortable as fuck. Just knowing how it was weaponized and used, I hate that type of shit. And I have like massive Welsh pagan heritage as well, where it's like that. Even that side of my family, the Danish Welsh side of my family, they were Celtic. My great grandmother was Celtic. She loved Celtic culture. She was very, very traditional in that way too. She didn't like Christian shit. She was forced to go to Christian school, but absolutely hated every ounce of it. Because once you fall off your true tradition, your true religion, it destroys a piece of you, a party that you could have had, type shit. And learning about it now is not the same as growing up within it. You know. He said, "Save the redheads." Many, many red. My grandmother who raised me was a redhead. Redhead with like wolfish eyes. She had gray wolfish eyes. She was Scandinavian mostly. Scandinavian on her father's side. So like almost completely like Viking nature type shit. And then on the other side was Danish Welsh, which is, I mean, fairly similar, and French as well. So she had a little mix going on. I'm sad I didn't get the green eyes though. I'm a little sad at that. My mother has super dark blue eyes, dark blue and green. And then my older sibling has hazel eyes, beautiful hazel eyes. I'm like, damn, y'all had to hit me with a little two shits, two shit eyes. Hey, Captain Sky. I still have red hair. Yeah, right. Isn't that crazy? Redheads always have red hair. Even before my like I said, before my grandmother like passed away, she had flowing red hair. Flowing red hair still. That shit never goes away. Even the eyebrows are still red type shit. It's like, damn, y'all motherfuckers got some resilient pigment. Crazy fucking pigment. Also, Scandinavian women are some hairy bitches. Or y'all start going like full beards and shit. I'm like, damn. Viking really is in your nature type shit. I'm such a bully. If she were here, she'd be like, shut the fuck up. I love reading about different cultures. I mean, my own is pretty interesting as well. Haitian deities are awesome. He said, what? No, not me. Shut the heck up. Definitely you. Y'all grow like a little chin strappers. Y'all like, damn, you be grow that shit better than I do. You try to hide it and shit. I'm like, damn. I have always liked Iowa deities and African deities. They're so beautiful. I mean, their origins are really fucked up at times, but they're super, super beautiful. See, that's what that's exactly what my grandmother used to say. She was like, you can't see them. And I'd be like, I'd go up to her and be like, try to pull it off. I'm like, what's this thing? Invisible. Invisible hairs. They have some fascinating heritage. Absolutely. Very interesting. Very interesting. So many. So, I mean, I'm a active practicer of voodoo. And I'm not a religious person necessarily, but I do consider that to be like my more spiritual half. And voodoo has so many different branches that it's fucking crazy. They have Yoruba, Santeria, they have Brujeria, they have, of course, hoodoo, the thing that most people use here in America, which is kind of disgusting and gross. We got a couple of different, Iowa, of course, and like very small, but tiny branches. There's like hundreds of religions that are based on that, and most of them moved over to the Caribbean Sea. So everything that Jamaicans use, everything that Antiguans and Guatemalans and Puerto Ricans all use voodoo. All stems from West Africa. North Africans are super interesting too. Start getting some cards out. I've always been obsessed with comparing different religions and such. Celts always stuck with me though. Celts always stuck with me. Burning shit. It's interesting because all of them believe Grim Reaper as well. Or certain forms of the Grim Reaper. Never trust you. Also, you want to know something interesting? So in Irish religion, which is Celt, right? Celtic, Celtic. There's a woman named Bridget, right? It's also what they call Saint Bridget in the Bible. Bridget is also in voodoo, African religion. She's a super like largely helpful figure in African religion as well. It's a white woman with very long blonde hair and blue eyes, and she's the only one that's white. And she's also she's the wife of the Grim Reaper. She's the wife of the Grim Reaper. Her name's Maman Brigitte. Helpful white woman. Fascinating 1929 book you can find on audio on YouTube still. I'd love to listen to it actually. I'll write it down real quick. Here's a piece of paper. I have some where the fuck did I put it? Because I ain't here, I'll type it down. Copy paste. Love Irish stuff too. There's some very, very beautiful guys and goddesses as well. There's some interesting stories. Like there's which god was that? The one who turned into a swan to marry a lady. He had to prove his undying love to her. How did he know that the swan was a lady, though? That's what I don't get. Anything but about the Bible, but I have wandered and found the book is Astrology. See, what I don't like, it's not even the Bible. So, yes, it is the Bible itself that is the problem. But the fact that so what happened is they went around basically ransacking tons and tons of different cultures, ransacking, raping, and pillaging, doing all that extra shit in tons of different cultures, which, you know, that's been happening before time even began. But also they ended up combining it in a book that they said was like the perfect the perfect religion. That shit just bothers me. I don't like that people say that that's it. Christian religion, that's it. Even Jewish religion triggers me a little bit, but you know, it is what it is. They'll practice your thing. That's tradition. I love Romani religion. Here coat. Yep. Low fur coat. I'm trying to get another one. I want a dark blue one. Gaelic, yo. My own grandfather was placed in a work scheme farm labor camp at age 11. Canada started on slave labor of the Irish. Yup. Similar things happened to my great-great-grandmother. My great-great-grandmother, who nobody in my family knew. She ended up dying quite early. I think she died in childbirth. But I'm not too sure on that. Because my great-grandmother never really talked about her very much. But I think the biggest reason being is because they were separated. And I know they came over. I know when they came over here. I think it was like, I don't know the actual number. I'd have to look at it actually in my chart. But pretty damn early. Let's put it that way. 18 something. 18 something. But yep, she came over here at like 16, something like that, 16 or 17. And she ended up having like a ton of children. I think my great-grandmother was the last child she ever had. And they were all separated. And then they all came back together at some point. But they spoke Irish. My great-grandfather on that side spoke Welsh. She was so brave. I think so. I think I think the largest way of coping in the first place was having as many children as you could to keep your brain and your religion alive. And she ended up doing that successfully, even though my mother did end up having to go to Catholic school at some point, and so did my grandmother, but they still didn't stick with them, if that makes sense. The idea of God still didn't stick with them. I think, so my Scandinavian grandfather, he ended up being the one who pushed on the Catholicism and wanting to become because he did a lot of fucked up shit. He was a nasty son of a bitch. And I don't think he wanted that to carry over into his afterlife type shit. He dropped a lot of his own, he was like an typical Englishman, unfortunately for that time, where he thought he was better than everybody else, thought he was a piece of royalty, which he might be. I mean, I haven't looked at my chart. We've got some extensive backgrounds in relation to Winston Churchill. So he might have been. I don't know. That nigga could have been sleeping around. Who knows? but he lost a lot of his like religious basis due to war, because he was put in there super early. I think he was like 16 when he went to his first war. They did end up having children quite late. My great grandmother and him did end up having children quite late for that time, for that era. Once he did come back from World War II, of course, incredibly racist piece of shit he was. I think his heritage is quite cool, but his whole family was cult like, so culty, very culty. They didn't eat at a certain time. They didn't drink at a certain time. Women couldn't eat or drink at a certain time. They had to sit across from men at the table. They had to sit on the other side of the table. And you know how there was like a kids table, and then no, women had to sit all the way at the end of the table. Men had to sit in like a very domineering throne position at the table. Women also couldn't pee without pee or piss or shit without saying, "Hey, you know, can I excuse myself?" Very, like I said, very Englishy. They fold their toilet paper in a weird way, and they do all these weird fucking British wooden teeth things type shit. I should learn about my family. I really don't know anything. Once you do learn, it's like a lot of it is fucked up. A lot of it is fucked up. I wish I had learned it earlier, you know, so I could have asked my grandmother a bunch of questions, but she was never really one to open up about that type of thing until, you know, the end of her life, where she was like, you know, I'll drop a couple of deuces on you, let you know who I'm related to, let you know who we think we're related to, and let you know that I got a son somewhere out. My grandmother had to give up a son, her first child. That he might be out there somewhere. We do have a lot, like I said, a lot of extensive Irish family. And I do believe that my great-grandfather on that side also came, my great-great-grandfather came over here after a war as well. We have his trunk still. Like, that shit has like a lot of energy attached to it. We have his trunk still from when he came over on the ship. It's like a piece of trash now, and it can't be sold now because our little fucking asses drool over it with Crayola when we were younger. But you know, that chain. Thank you, Slime. I appreciate it. Someone could sand it and repair it one day. It'd be really, I love restoring shit, and I really hope someone does do that one day. You know, and once I do get the money, I'm probably gonna throw a little money into restoring a lot of the items that I have. I have a lot of, like, this ashtray right here, even. Oh, I have a rubber band stuck, but this ashtray right here, even, and it's an Italian ashtray. The other one I have is also an Italian ashtray that comes from the Sicilian piece. Which I am majority Sicilian and African, but we do got a little mixture up in there. I'm a third generation Italian, where my family was active in the mafia. Pieces of my family were really super active in the mafia. You could probably find them online if I told you the name. But yeah, there was one there that was a little wild. He ended up getting dragged through New York. So he was, I think his name was Frank. He was another Frank in my family. We had a couple of Franks. But this dude was in the New York City piece of my family. He ended up being dragged through New York City as a what do they call it? A spectacle, like, you know, to teach people not to do nasty shit or whatever. The police, what they did was tie him by his throat to the back of a pickup truck and ride him through the city and kill him. Or almost, I think they almost killed him. He might have spent a little bit of time in prison, but I do think he ended up getting executed eventually. We're living peacefully with the Indians until the crown took over and kicked them all out. Yep, I heard about that as well. Yeah, and that wasn't even that long ago. That Frankie got dragged through the fucking, dragged through the city. That wasn't that long ago. That had to be like early 1900. No, it had to be like 1930s, 1940s. That side of the family was always super into heavy drugs, heavy mafia shit, heavy gang affiliation. I mean, even more than my black side. My black side is from Tennessee and Georgia. And I believe my great grandfather on that side was a slave. What the story that was told, and I don't know if this is necessarily true. This could just be a fucking far-fetched tale that these bitches were telling. Because I don't trust anything that really come out of that side of the family's mouth, because they are like all a little bit schizophrenic and crazy. But so my great grandfather from my black side had apparently come over to America in a casket, in a coffin. He came over in a coffin, apparently. Do you think Atlantis is going to wash up when the sea level? I don't know if it's necessarily a slave in the mob. Are you a legend, my guy? Well, my ancestors, you can call them legends, but I don't know what them bitches were doing. I'm gonna be honest with you. They played a lot of head game, mind game type shit, and then they ended up getting caught in the end. So, that's the way it is. But I know my great grandfather on that side also had several different children. He had so many kids that I have so many people I'm related to. It's insane. That's when you really do have to look at your 23andMe, make sure you're not copulating with none of your siblings and shit, or your cousins. But so I don't think so. Whether it's Atlantis or other ancient cities, I do think so. We are seeing a lot of ancient cities finally get coughed up by the land. That's what I do know. Okay, so whether it's the ancient city of Atlantis or another super ancient civilization, I think it'll be super incredible to see these different cultures finally come to the surface, because they've been buried by so much dirt and filth. And I just think a lot of it is we want to believe that we are the most intelligent, the most free society and shit, but we've definitely had a couple of goes of being humans on this planet and being intelligent. So whether it was being human or being a fucking dinosaur, dinosaurs could have been mega intelligent too. We don't know that shit. We make predictions, fucking awful predictions based on what? Because all we can see now is corpses. But there's a reason why we have such a deep relation with certain animals and certain species. Like we have a deep connection with birds that we don't even really capitalize off of anymore. We have a super deep relationship with crows, with animals who can almost kind of sound like human beings. I saw dinosaurs when I died. I was in heaven for 3 days at 19, and I bet you did. I bet you did too. Trust and believe. When people talk about ghosts and residual energy, they don't see dinosaurs, right? But there's a reason for that. I don't think it's because the energy is gone. I think it's because a lot of our energy is reused and it becomes something else. It's just we evolved apparently from dinosaurs and that sort of thing. We have a lot of the same DNA. Obviously, at some point, we were replaced and recalculated into the world as a much smaller being, What I find interesting, though, is we're discovering things that are millions. We're discovering ancient cities and civilizations that are millions and millions and millions of years old. Even in the Bible, which, we can say is one of the oldest pieces of history in the world, has strong evidence that we are much older than what science can even give credit to. We just haven't found the evidence of that, and that's why people are saying, okay, that's jack shit, that's bullshit. But wait until we do find the shit that's 20 million years old. People should be shocked. Because, like I said, this is not the first time that we have been an intelligent species. There's no way. There's no way. No fucking way. I don't believe that, not one bit. I was a pterodactyl. I wonder what I was. I was probably like one of those little, what are they called? Raptors. Like one of the tiny ones though, with the little toes, that where they get into like fucking, they all come in all at the same time like a little gang, like just start jumping other animals. That motherfuckers could take down a whole entire T-Rex and shit. Shit is wild. When did I start doing tarot? I started doing tarot when I would say 16. I started dabbling with it. I was super curious just about other things, because I was never a religious person. I was so against religion at one point where I was just like, fuck everybody who believes in religion. Christianity is disgusting. All that shit is disgusting. It's just an excuse to monopolize and confuse people. Which I still believe that strongly, but I'm a little bit looser on that. But when I was 16, I'm 21 right now, by the way. Dynamite comes in small packages, right? Them little ones. Yeah, they're cute but ferocious. Imagine being back there now. We get taken down in about a second. And it definitely wouldn't be by a T-Rex. It'd be by those little fucking dinosaurs. Or the carnivorous plants. Like, that shit is crazy too. How they have so many carnivorous plants. We'd probably be taken down by a plant, to be honest with you. Wouldn't even get that far. So cool though. I think it's so interesting. I want to learn so much more, but like it's almost as if you kind of have to be a crazy nutcase scientist in order to actually see what happened. Like, you have to make your own deductions, obviously, right? We're supposed to as individuals, but not being a scientist or not getting into like the genealogy, that whole genetic train, it's kind of, it's kind of a waste, because we're taking it from third persons. We're taking it from like online. There's a lot of information out there that isn't really real, or if it is real, it's based on some nutcases like Looney Bin's mind. But damn, it's so fucking cool, man. It's so cool. Of course, we had like all them here, particularly where I live at, we had tons of native cultures that lived in the hills. They were they were quite tall people, like 8 feet tall type shit, and lived in the hills. And we ended up marking all of them. We have so many like different racist names for swamps. Like, I think one of them is called like come on, what is it? Bro, it was right on the fucking tip of my tongue and I lost it. We had a super racist named swamp that we just changed. It's so disrespectful. Never really known about carnivorous plants other than having a Venus flytrap when I was really little. Hey, Krishna. It is really crazy to think about, though. No, we had like 8 feet tall people here. Have you seen the Hills of Eyes? Of course I have. Of course I have. Everything strange, weird, and psychological I have seen. Yeah, I like that movie. That movie is so fucked. I like that movie. To me, anything psychological, like I said, for me, I've always been like a huge fan of like when they kind of mix paranormal and reality together. I love that type of shit. Creepy shit. I don't like shit like the Babadook and all that, all them retarded movies. Right, the mind behind these creations. Is it? I mean, we can say that, but I was just talking about this tonight. I was actually just talking about this tonight. Is it scary? Because I feel like even as like we can call ourselves I guess say we're normal people. Not really. We can come up with some pretty fucked shit based on our own mind. So is it really that crazy necessarily? I believe we're all super like, some of us, especially in the spiritual community, are incredibly like schizophrenic. I guess that would be like the medical term for what we deal with on a daily is like schizophrenic. I love Silence of the Lambs. Love Silence of the Lambs. One of my favorite movies in the world, still to this day. Still to this day. Haven't seen 7. Let me see. Let me look it up real quick. I can't remember all the titles that I've watched. 7. Oh, okay. Hold up. Yes, I have. I've watched pretty much anything with Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman. I have also seen. Yes, I have. Yo, there's some Brutal Conditions of New York City where. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I've seen it. So there's a movie with I wish I could remember his fucking name, but it's about a dude who has he kind of has multi-personality disorder where he pretends on the stand that he's like some badass. Like he pretends on the stand. Wait, hold on. Let me find it. I'm gonna find it. What is his fucking name? What is fucking name, bro? Edward Norton. Hold on. He pretends on the stand he's like some fucking scared ass kid. That movie has such good acting in it. Let me find it. Primal Fear, I believe. Primal Fear. One of my favorite movies. Watch Primal Fear if you haven't yet. Primal Fear is one of the movies in the world. It's so cool. Just the acting in it is insane. Yeah, Sick Mind definitely makes. I love Silence of the Lambs though. This is my favorite shit. I love horror games. I'm super obsessed with like Silent Hill, all them types of horror games to kind of take you through like paranormal jump scare. They take you through some fucking crazy shit. But Silent Hill was a game that I played when I was younger. Resident Evil as well. Love shit. Love that shit. What was the one where that is about him being involved with a racist gang? Hold on. I remember. Hold on. I remember that movie. Let me see if I can find it. American History X. Yep, I remember that movie. Everything from the 90s is super fucking clear for me, even though I wasn't born in that time. Good movie, yeah, I agree. The acting was very good. Edward Norton just fucking hits. He fucking hits. Hi, Diana. Or Diana. He's always been a favorite of mine for sure. For me, my favorite is come on. Got it. Anthony Hopkins. I didn't even need to type it in. I had to type it. Oh, I almost typed in Silence of the Lambs. No, Anthony Hopkins has always been a big, huge favorite of mine, even in his younger ones. Primal Fear. Primal Fear is the one I recommend. It's so good. It's so good. But Anthony Hopkins has always been a super huge favorite. Fight Club. Anthony, even in the worst of movies, I realize has a super good acting position. Even when he's with like some of the people I absolutely hate, usually he plays his role quite well, and he's very diverse in his roles. I'm not too big of a fan. I mean, I like Denzel a lot. I think he's done a lot of good shit. He's also done a lot of horrible shit, and unfortunately, he's kind of one of those. Like he act like the same in every movie. I liked him in Malcolm X. I thought he was very good there. I like Morgan Freeman as well. I do have to keep getting my fucking cards out. Let me grab these. Y'all, what I use for cards is these. My little signifiers that I wrote. I just like it better because they personalized, like this card. It says repulsive and retarded. Half of these I probably shouldn't even be showing on stream. Never liked Tom Cruise. I could see why people liked Brad Pitt, but for me, it just got too much to where, like, you know, he was so... That's a beautiful man, okay? It's a beautiful man, to be fair, okay? But he was overplayed so much so that it kind of ruined his acting career, at least for me. Where, like, he was super good in Legend of the Fall. You know, that movie, my grandmother loved it. Her favorite movie in the world. It was super good in that. Tom Cruise is just like, you know, his thing is just being attractive in a certain era. He was like super, super good when he was young too. But he ended up kind of getting too cocky, I personally think. And I think it's the same story for, what's that nigga's name? Hold on. What's his name? There's one more heavy hitter, Leonardo DiCaprio. He ended up getting super, super cocky as well. Now, he has played some good ass movies. I'm not gonna lie, like anything to do with him playing like the detective roles and shit like that, or the cop roles. It's very cool. You see, he could be my spy any day of the week. I love Top Gun, but for Val Kilmer all day in that one. I'm not attracted to white guys in general, though. And I think that's my problem, too. It's like when I look, you know, for me, like, white people, like when I see a white person, I'm like, I can recognize the attraction, but at the same time, I'm just not attracted to white-skinned people at all. At all. It's very hard for me to, like, digest a movie that just has all white people, you know? And it's sad that people have to be that aware, though, right? Of their skin tone, skin color. But we're getting a lot more diverse now on... You said Harry Styles. That nigga look like a whole bull dyke. I can't lie and say there's not a beautiful man either. To me, he's super feminine. Oh shit, that is crazy. Hairspray works to remove nail polish. Yeah, it is so toxic that I bet it does. I remember there was this fucking school teacher in my middle school who always what she would do is collect hairspray cans and give away hairspray awards, because she would tease her hair up to be in this like big. She looked like a fucking puffball and shit. Her hair was so greasy and so disgusting. Nobody had the heart to tell her that she looked gross though. She like would look like she looked like an old dirty leather couch. You know, her skin. That's kind of, you know, it's kind of fucked up too. And she used to be a super sexy lady in elementary school, and then we moved to middle school, and she ended up literally looking like, I mean, the darkest, dirtiest leather couch. Like you white, baby. You don't need to use all that tanning spray, too much tanning lotion. That is funny. Yeah, well, that's what spending all your time in the sunbed does, though. And probably, cheating on her husband. We had a principal who looked identical to Bill Clinton, like just like Bill Clinton. And that's who he was married to. And I was like, damn, like, nigga, Bill Clinton was not that horrible looking of a guy. So I was like, how did you not do better? You understand? She looked like something a cat threw up. Just being honest. That type of shit. Just saying, we had a lot of interesting looking teachers, man. Nah, but she was like the flyest bitch back in the day. Now, we had a lot of sexy teachers as far as women go. Unfortunately, I believe that was their downfall because they started fucking all the high school students. Just nothing after that. I heard the craziest thing through channeling a few weeks ago. What did you hear? That's legit. It's unfortunate. Get your teacher's license taken away. I just had the thought of not really remembering what my teachers looked like. Oh, okay. That's what you channeled through? You couldn't remember what none of them bitches looked like? Probably for good reason. It was a channeling from Insectoid. Central. Yeah. Krishna, sure you can. You can get a general rating. Let's see what's up. You'll be my practice. I'm a little rusty. I'm not. I'm lying to you. But let's see what you get. What is that card? Okay. Someone a little sick. My bitch, she sick. My bitch, she sick. My bitch, she sick. Let me play that. Oh my god, I forgot they won't play my fucking playlists on here. Come on. Okay, Google. Play my playlist popping. Yeah, y'all.
Playing some music on Spotify.
No, bitch. Bro, stop playing the emo music. Okay, Google. Play my Spotify playlist poppin'.
Sure. Here's part of my take on Spotify.
Bro, who's listening to emo music right now? Like the Amity Afflicted. Who's listening to emo music right now? Okay, Google. Play my Spotify playlist poppin'.
Sure. Playing Carpenters on Spotify.
Oh my god. These sons of bitches. One more time. We're gonna try it one more time. Carpenters. Who the fuck is that? Okay, one more. Okay, Google. Play my Spotify playlist poppin'.
Playing the album Margaret on Spotify.
Oh. Nope. They're not gonna let me do that. We're gonna play Margaret by Silver Cabins. I've never heard of that in my life. Like I said, who's listening to all the emo music? Krishna, is that you? She had said something about stand-ins, meaning some of us trade souls using the same body at some point from childhood to adulthood. I believe that. That's an interesting. Let me talk about that after I do this general real quick. That's interesting. He said, any good news coming? They say yes. Well, I would say the first thing that I'm seeing is something about an illness, or is someone ill around you? I'm talking about illness or life support or something like that. Maybe even it could even be mentally ill. There's good news about that. You have a parent that's mentally ill. You have a parent that's ill, maybe. I've never heard these songs in my life. Some weird shit, man. They are talking about a death as well. Okay. Let me try to roll through a little bit because this music is throwing me off. Like I said, I've never heard these songs before in my life, so I don't know who we're channeling for, who we're going through, but we're going through something. Okay, so you're gonna get some. I can see some money coming in here. Now, here's the thing: are you starting your own business? Is that's what? Because what I see here is you might even be going after something like that's super fucking risky within your own business. It's like a creative endeavor. I'm definitely picking up on that. They're talking about creativity. They're talking about being able to hold your own and essentially go against the grain is what they're talking about. Going against the grain of your culture. They definitely said that you're gonna have some success this year. I think it's gonna pull through for you in Libra season though. Libra or Sag season. Which would be like December. October and December, you're gonna get some news about starting your own business. Or finding a new job that makes a lot more money. They are talking about your mental health getting better as well. I could see like a little bit of a you have a codependency problem. Anyone past coming back in my life again? I don't see that. I see you have a codependency issue. Maybe that's linked to that as well. Is linked to the past. Not being able to. Okay, I can see. You're not able to draw the lines between boundaries. You're not very good at boundaries. You're not very good at like allowing people into your energy without them taking everything from you. I think recently you probably had a situation where you had everything taken away from you, particularly within the love range. And whether that was, a couple of months ago, a couple of weeks ago, a couple of days ago type shit, it might be that like you have some issues going on in your head that create some of these issues, that create some of these problems, okay, within your relationships. Like I said, I do see you kind of like pushing through. I think you seriously have like I do think you have a serious problem, I don't know. I can't say it's trust issues. I'd say you go into relationships with quite, a good intention, but it all ends up failing. I'm not really sure why, okay? I would say that okay, so the trust issues is that you lack trust in yourself. Yeah. You lack trust in yourself. Like I said, I keep getting illness or like, I don't know if it's mental illness or physical illness, but I keep picking up on illness as well. That's going to get better. Yeah, you have to kind of learn. So they say you're the type of person who like believes in uphill battles where if you love somebody, you'll do anything for them. That's a dangerous way to be thinking, love. It's a very, very dangerous way to be thinking. Because when it comes down to it, I think that's a lack in self-worth, okay, and self-awareness. You're trying to push for a love that really ain't worth it type shit. Where that person very clearly doesn't love you. And because you love them, you want to be stubborn, you want to push through. But if that person doesn't love you, why would you do that? Does that make sense? You have to humble yourself and realize like you can't have someone who does not love you. Like they don't feel held down by you, if that makes sense. Whoever just left you or whatever, they don't feel held down by you. Yeah, they don't feel held down by you at all. But you somehow feel held down by him. I think your temper definitely ties in that too, because you fought for it, even though this person didn't want to fight for it. Gave you a lot of anxiety. They're talking about distress, like mental distress, maybe going into her high-key depression as well. You're not crazy. I wouldn't say you're crazy. I wouldn't say you're crazy. I would just say you're scarred. I would say you definitely need to push forward into like, you know, away from the past a little bit. Because you definitely have issues with holding on to. You like risk-taking within relationships, but you don't like risk-taking within the workplace. When you should be risk-taking within your work, because I can see some success here by the end of the year in December. Okay? Like whether that's a move or a new work endeavor, I would go towards that instead of focusing so much on love. You really, really got to get your head out of your booty off of that one, for real. Get your money up, for real. Stop being obsessed with that idea that, you know, someone's going to take care of you or, you know, needs to be there for you, because that's not true. You need to become independent. They talking about living a country life with a nigga. Stop. Living in a fucking country house. Damn. Okay, let's see if I can do this one more time. Okay, Google. Play my Spotify playlist Poppin'. Come on. Just let me.
Okay, your Spotify playlist is called Poppin'.
Yes. Nah, I don't like that. You weren't listening. I'm gonna boot you because you weren't listening. I said that person doesn't care for you. But if you want to roll back and listen to that. I've been losing my damn mind. I can't wait till I start working again. Hey, Sage. Taishima. We're getting some cool ass names up in here. She wasn't listening. The Lonely Stoner. I like that name. Hey, I'm new here, man. Bye already. Yep. Check down below. Everything's down below. We've been going back and forth. You think I only want sex? Of course I want to get you, but my intention. No, she wasn't. Yeah, because I answered her question and then she asked it again. So that showed me she wasn't listening. Her nigga's a hoe. Her nigga's a hoe. He liked to play with women. But she likes to play with her own mind and believe that certain niggas that aren't in love with her are in love with her, apparently. So it's rough. It's rough. I'm sorry that you don't listen. Get your money up, love. Get your money up. You shouldn't really be focused on love right now. You should be focused on your fucking finances, babe. Damn. I saw her money going real well as long as she focused on it until December. Is someone Jamaican? I keep picking up on that tonight. I don't know why. Or like islandy, Jamaican, Puerto Rican. You are? Okay. I picked up on Jamaican real quick. City is my pellet. She and she and she. They love me. All right. And so I got one question. All right. What's your question? Please don't play JPEG Mafia. What kind of juice do I got? It's called like Grappleberry. It's called Grappleberry. It's not a really good sound, but it's alright. It's alright. I want to get blueberry. It's a good taste. I'm not gonna lie to you. But the sound of the name is just gross. Grappleberry. Kind of tastes like grapes. Peach mango cream. They don't even sell that shit around us no more. They sell tobacco, grappleberry, blueberry, fruit punch, and one other one. But they can't sell that type of shit in New York anymore. Erica, what's her next actions towards you? You say you was gonna speak on standing. I see slime. Damn, yeah. Okay, you see where my ADHD be going? I'll speak on them after this. I smoke cigarette, babe. I'm an avid cigarette smoker. I only smoke cigarettes. This is a replacement until I get my next 3 packs of cigarettes. Because I told myself as long as I can do 1 week with this, that shows that I'm maybe not an addict. And I haven't even been smoking on this for a week. You know, I'm doing it socially right now. All right, so first of all, this connection gives you a lot of anxiety and her a lot of anxiety. I feel like y'all are mirroring each other in a way. I feel like y'all are directly mirroring each other. I'm gonna say that. Y'all are directly mirroring each other. So both of y'all have this problem with like getting super distant. And I feel like this is a mostly you problem, but I'm gonna say this is also a her problem. It's distance. Okay? Like I see emotions here. Do I want to say it's love? No. I would say it's like y'all want to rely on each other in like a friendship type of manner. It's weird because I feel like it's that thin line between like in a relationship and in a friendship. Because I could also see here that she's been asking about you as well. I think within tarot. Do you know if she's into tarot or not, like personally? Because I think she's been asking about you as well. She feels connected to you. What her next motive is so confusing to me because I don't see her moving it forward into like a commitment necessarily. She stalks you somehow. Could just be social media stalking. But I'm gonna say she's into tarot. Okay, I'm just gonna throw it out there. Whether it's like watching tarot on TikTok or something like that, I'm gonna say she's into tarot. Maybe not strongly, but I'm gonna say she is. Okay, I'm gonna say she is because, like I said, that popped up about 3 times, so I gotta question it a little bit. I'm gonna say she's into it a little bit. Okay, whether she admits that or not, she does a little bit of stalking. Okay. I see this. Okay, so you consider this to be a karmic relationship. Am I right on that? Because I can see a lot of hurt feelings here. Like a lot of desire that was one-sided. And now you're asking about it. And I feel like her energy is a little bit confused on why you're asking about her. That makes sense. Because I can see like the end of story here. Or the end of a connection. Okay, because her energy is like, why are you even asking about me right now? She's very protective over herself. At least spiritually. Yeah. She have feelings for you. You have feelings for her. You got distant. She also felt a little bit distant away from you. I don't think she lost interest, but I think she moved on. Okay? I think her next move towards you is going to be... I think it's done. I think it's done. I think it's done. I don't think it's gonna rekindle into anything. Yeah, I'm gonna say it's done. Are you two still talking? Because I don't see that either. I just keep saying the end, the end, the end, the end, the end. Like it's already done. You know, there was so much emotions there, but it was one-sided. And then you were like, yeah, well, I don't really like you like that, or whatever you said that triggered this person, or it was like, don't, you're too serious or whatever. And then you ended up actually having feelings in the end of it, realizing it way too late. So my biggest suggestion to you, if you do pursue another relationship, will be to actually feel out your feelings versus just saying, no, I don't give a fuck. You know, she blocked me. Okay, that's fair too. And I feel like she did block you for a pretty fair reason. She wanted to move ahead in her life, but she felt like you were keeping her stuck in some type of way. She felt like you were pretending. But I don't necessarily think you were. It's just that you're not really keen on showing a lot of emotions. Now, I think you were confused as well. I think she wanted more from you as well. But she held you to a standard. And that's something she shouldn't have done. She held you to a super, super high standard, and then she got hurt. Like, anytime you hold a person up there onto the fucking cross type shit, you gonna get let down hard. Nobody's perfect. Especially since I do believe that you're younger. Alright, we were gonna talk about... Damn. Stand-ins. Some of us trade souls using the same body at some point from childhood to adulthood. Okay, so that's an aspect I've actually thought about before. I just had my feeling, but she never really gave me, she wanted anything with me. At some point she did, but that changed when she realized how closed off you were. She kept telling me she liked girls. No. I mean, yes and no. Yes and no. I feel like she liked you, but would have never really, you know, it's kind of like this, okay? She played the field, right? She wants a friendship, and she also wants sex, but, you know, detached. And you kind of wanted a similar thing, I think. She says she liked girls, but I think she swings both ways. I just think she's got a lot of trauma to unpackage with men. To be fair. Because I can see here she's got a couple of different sexual issues going on. She could be quite petty at times, I can see too. She had a really hard time digesting your emotions and your feelings because you just never would put them forward like that. It's fair. You know, I think it ended in a really fair way. Okay, back to that idea. And then I'm gonna hop on Sarah after I get done talking about this. That's something I thought about when I was super young, actually. That idea between, oh, we swap souls, or, you know, reincarnation isn't actually reincarnation. It's like whether we gain a level or gain a soul or whatever, like, it's kind of like a video game in a way. I think it's super interesting. But I've always had this idea that our pattern, like the reason why we experience so much growth during this time, or like, I guess, personality development, is because we gain souls, particularly from family members who pass away, or like, you can call them ancestors, but really they're super close to you, like relatives, you know. I think we gain our relatives' energy once they pass away, until our whole entire family line dies out. That's my belief. Is that we do gain some energy for sure. Now, as far as the idea of our swapping souls and becoming something completely different energetically, I do think that can happen too. I think that we reuse and put out certain, like, different energy all the time. I believe that, like, that's the kind of the way I think of emotions as well. It's like they come and they go. Love comes and it goes. Depression comes and it goes. A lot of things just come and it goes. So why is energy not the same, right? It comes and it goes. It comes and it goes 24/7. Maybe we do get some new energy though. But for some reason the idea that family members always come back around you and watch over you, that's not what I believe. I believe their energy or their sustenance or their life force goes into us. Whatever you consider life force to be, I don't think it's to prolong life necessarily. I believe it's to make you stronger as a person or build up your spiritual strength, your metaphysical strength. I think that's also why we have so many different dreams. And most people, after they witness someone close to them die, get into spirituality or religion. You know, they just can't detach from the fact that there's nothing left after this, right? And so that's when people start learning about all these patterns and synchronicities and angels and I guess you can say demons, but I believe those are human too. You know, I believe evil people can also be evil after death, you know, or leave behind an evil print. But if you believe in energy purification, that people, when they come back, you know, if they come back into children and babies, you know, there might be a purity system there too. That's what I mean. That's kind of what the Egyptians believe, that after you choose a certain way, after you choose to go a certain way based off of your ego, right? You can either keep your ego or release your ego. And if you went towards the aspect of your ego, then you wouldn't be reborn necessarily. You would be stripped of everything that you know and love, including your memories, including, you know, your who you were as a person, and then your new soul would be replaced into a baby. And then there was also the aspect that if you chose to release your ego, that you chose to be enlightened. But there's so many different crazy fucking theories out there. I'm gonna just say there's so many different theories based on every single religion. You know, nothing super linear. Other than the idea that we do have a mind. Our mind is separate from our soul, which is separate from our body. So that's something that has stayed solid throughout religion and throughout spirituality. What would you want done with your body when you die? I like the idea of cremation only because I want my kids to be able to take me around and shit. It's kind of like being a little backseater type shit, but I also like the idea of having my ashes spread in countries that are traditional to me. Like, I would love some of my ashes spread in Africa. I would love some of my ashes spread in Ireland. Just different areas. Because, like, if I am just an energy and I do release my body after I die, I want to be able to travel to all those places, too, if I don't get to in life. You play too much. Yeah. I mean, there's also the idea of, like, you know how they grind up the body and put it under plants and shit like that? I kind of like that. I kind of like that, where they plant trees kind of in your honor, or they grow they put you into some fertilizer type shit. I like that idea too. But when this happens, they don't remember a good majority of their childhood. Also, that is something that's agreed upon before we come here. I like the idea that we are not children. We don't just instantly become children when we pass away, like go back into a child. We go through all of these different steps and trials and tribulations. I think it's more work after we die. We think it's hard here, right? We think it's hard to push through here, but I think energetically being freed from your body, there's a lot more steps to that. There's a higher evolution, or a higher step to that, where we're constantly trying to push through some sort of threshold. Whether that's spiritual or scientific, whoever fucking finds that out, which granted, you have to be dead to figure that shit out. Unless a nigga coming back to life, resurrection like Frankenstein, then, we don't really see that happening. Death is merely a graduation of the soul. See, I'd love to believe that. For sure. I'd love to believe that. But, I don't think so. When I think of my own shit, I think I chose who my family was, if that makes sense, because of how much of a tight knit group we were, how all of our personalities kind of worked in tandem with each other. It's like they worked in like a way that almost felt comical to me. It's like, if it makes sense, I guess you can never really judge a family from the outside and shit like that, you know. But for me, my family is people that I've been around before for sure. And I know that doesn't make sense, right? It's like, okay, so, you know, yeah, you've been around them. You know, you were born into that family. You was around that family when you were a child. But it's not even like that. It's the familiarity of, you know, adult to adult, personality to personality. That's the familiarity. It has nothing to do with my child self and being, you know, innocent, naive, whatever. I've always felt super connected to my family in a way that surpasses that family values. You know, I was born, we all have the same blood type shit. I've never felt like I've had, no, in my earlier years, I was never super connected to my family. I was the most distant child. I was the child that, you know, where everybody was like, what is that kid doing? That kid is a little weird. No, not necessarily in the school unit, because apparently I was super social at school. Every time I came home, though, I was mute. I was silent. I chose not to talk for some reason. That's what they said, at least. I chose not to talk. A lot of the time I would just draw and write and, you know, laugh and watch movies. You know, that's what I was doing. I was observant. So to me, it's like I was observing, or I was trying to see what this shit was, if that makes. I've always had a super mature mind for a child. I always thought like above and beyond, always trying to like, I never limited myself. And as a result, my family never kind of limited me in a lot of ways. They kind of put a cap on it. Tried to make it, you know, I started running away from home very early as well, where I was just like, yeah, fuck y'all bitches. But you see where I came right back, right? Came right back to my family. Because that connection, it's not about the blood. It's not about reliance. I could have got away and it just fine. You know, in fact, I was just doing fine on my own. But I chose the pattern of events that happened next, which was rekindling and coming back, because of how strong that magnetism is. I'm just a family-oriented person, I guess, you know. But I couldn't say that if I had a different family or a different like set of personalities within my family, that I would have stayed. All Scorpios and super hard-hitting characters. I wouldn't say controlling to the extent of like, yeah, I was getting a little hot. I wouldn't say controlling to the extent of like where I felt like I had a leash around my neck, but it was definitely like they wouldn't let me learn more, you know, because they already knew, right? They tried to like cut me in a way that was like, you have to be this certain type of person, put you in a box. You have to be this goody two shoes. You have to go to college. You have to do this. But they was always so loose with it, because my grandparents were not the type of people who pushed school and shit like that, even as youngsters. They chose to travel instead of go to school at first. So, you know, kind of as a result of that, I became also kind of like a nomadic character, where I travel up and down the coast all the time when I was younger, on my own. I didn't need nobody except for my friends at the time. You know, having older people around me always. Everyone always felt super connected to me and whatever. Like, older people always felt super down to earth near me. Felt super comfortable. And I'd be like, you know, I'm like 16. You're like 26. Like, I don't know how we relate necessarily, right? Because I guess I couldn't say I had a horrible growing up. But, you know, it is what it is. But on that conversation where, like, I do definitely believe some of us, I don't think all of us are born into soul ties or energetic ties. But for this family, I would definitely, absolutely recognize these people. Definitely. 1,000%. I recognize them. My whole entire energy is bound and tied to them. It's not about blood. For me, there are so many people in my blood family that I have just cut off and completely just, you know, eradicated out of my life. It's not about blood. It's about the energy tie, for sure. Whether it was like, whether I created that, they created that, whatever, whoever, and whatever. to me, I feel like there's lessons still here. I believe like a lot of my placements are super Cancer and Capricorn. Cancer being like mother of the zodiac, family, super family oriented. And so I feel like that's also why I get melancholy without my family. Like if I don't have them around me, even if I'm the one wiping their ass and taking care of them, I'd rather it be that. And I don't even care. You know, for me, I'm the most like, I'm just a separate being. I don't act like them at all. And I think that's what they kind of need, if that makes sense. It might be a little selfish of me to assume that, but to me, I'm like, I think that's what they need to open up and grow too, which, you know, to me has proven to be true in a lot of aspects. I've raised my younger brother. You know, my grandfather lost his wife in December, which was my grandmother, technically my mother. So in a lot of aspects, I took on all of the roles that she couldn't take. And I felt like she knew that I was going to be the one that was going to take that on, because she was also the different one. You know, she was also super different and super hyper controlling, hyper aware of family values and everything like that. So I do feel like it was passed on to me, almost like a mental stick was passed on to me. Because I wouldn't tell you months ago before her death that I was prepared to take on this type of role within my family. I couldn't tell you that. But right now, I'm fully certain and I'm fully sure of how I relate to the family, whether they consider me head of household or not. I be taking care of them in a lot of different ways that include, you know, monetary, mentally, emotionally, talking out all of the structural differences and the family infighting, the headbutting, and I took all that on just like my grandmother. So naturally, it's like it all fell back on me in some type of way. And I don't feel bitter about that at all. I don't. And even at 21 years old, I'm content, if that makes sense. A lot of people are like, oh, what about you? You need to get a relationship. You need to travel. You need to get this. You need to get that. But I'm like, I'm content where I'm at. You know, I feel strong where I'm at. I feel content. You know, I feel like this is where I'm meant to be. I'm meant to be alongside these people. I'm meant to grow alongside of these people and stay tight-knit with these people. I don't feel bitter about missing out on relationships. I'm 21. Like, what the fuck am I missing out on? A shitty fucking romance with some shitty bitch, and you know, hey, she gets knocked up or whatever, and then I have to take care of that too. I'm good on that. I already got kids to take care of. No, I already know. See, I already know a lot of shit, you know, that most people don't, I guess. I don't pride myself in it because it takes a lot of observation, a lot of trauma, a lot of working through that trauma as well. I did have a therapist for a little bit there, which did help me for about like a year and a half. I had a little bit of help to push through a little bit. She was a Cancer. She kind of I think she brought a couple of things out in me, but I already had that inside of me. I just didn't know how to articulate it. And I think we learn through, you know, just the process of seeing traumatizing bullshit happen to the people around us. And then essentially I put that all together and here I am. I'm not the most structured person, for sure. I'm not the most time-oriented person as well. I don't like time. You know, that's why I'm on here at 6 a.m. I'm not the most time-oriented person. I'm not the most structured person. You know, I'm not the most mentally sound person either. I'll never take that fucking trophy of being the most mentally sound, because I have the anger of, like, you know, it's like a light switch. You know, I turn on a fucking light and I can get super mad, but it takes me a little bit to get there, I say. It depends on what triggers it is. You know, certain things do trigger me. Like when someone is purposefully trying to itch at me, and people outside of my family can't do that. People on here, they look at me as like relaxed and shit like that. I'm like, the reason why I'm relaxed towards y'all and I describe myself as being a light switch in other aspects is because I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't care about y'all like I care about my family. I die for them motherfuckers. Straight. I die for them. It's very hard for me not to detach from these folks. Because like I said, I feel this is the most content that I ever felt in my life. When I was out there, doing, I was tricking and, You know, I was selling drugs. I was the most miserable person on the planet. I felt like I was the most lonely person on the fucking planet. I felt like I was an alien. I felt like I was, you know, out there to wreak havoc and cause trouble for other people. I felt like I had to do that in order to make a living. I felt like I had to be a lot of things that I didn't have to be, because low key, everything back at home was where I was meant to be. And it just never clicked for me here. And I think that's also like, I have a lot of Gemini pieces in me that just wanted to, and Aquarius pieces that wanted to rebel. But how much rebelling can you possibly do until it destroys your whole entire life and puts you in tatters? You know? It put me in like super deep depression. That's why I had to get therapy, y'all. Like, I do not knock therapy, because either way, I don't care if you in the ghetto, I don't care where you at. You need to talk to somebody. It doesn't fucking matter. You need to talk to someone, whether they understand you or not. Just getting your vocalizing your knowledge and your opinions somewhere, that is a necessary evil. Okay, even if it's the darkest evil. Like, my fucking therapist, we would talk about some crazy shit, man. Like, I would talk about all these pent up emotions and feelings. Like, no, oh my God, I hate, I would go between love and hate all the time. I realized I made a lot of it about my family, where I'd be like, oh my God, I hate these motherfuckers, but I love them so goddamn much, if that makes sense. It's always in between, where I'm like, you know, there's times where I'm just like, it's not that I want to run away. I'm like, can I just like wrangle these motherfuckers real quick? Like, can I just like tie them all up in a fucking, you know, a military knot and just like toss them somewhere, and then, you know, put them in a safe spot and then go? Like, that's how I feel sometimes. I'm like, oh my God, these people frustrate me so fucking bad. But that's part of the journey. And I can't say that's everyone's journey, but I can say that's been mine. It's being super close-knit to a family, whether they rejected me, they, you know, spat my face, they told me, you know, go live somewhere else, kicked me out of the house, or threatened to, all the time. You know, got the police calling me all the time. Always was outside the house all the time, smoking weed, selling, whatever. They never caught on to the selling part. They knew I was out there doing something, but they didn't know I was doing all that. But the biggest person in my life who wrote me back in was definitely my technical mother, my grandmother. My grandmother wrote me in very, like, it was like, once I did come back, she was just like, bam. And I felt like I couldn't leave, if that made sense. I was like, I can't leave until I learn everything I need to know. Whether I sensed that she was sick or not, because she ended up dying of stage 4 just in December. So I don't know if the reason why I got roped back in was that, because I needed to take a role. But like I said, I'm content with the role for now. I couldn't say I'm super happy, because nobody can be ultimately crazy happy about the fucking cards that they are dealt. But you can stay content. Throughout your whole entire life, you will never be super happy. Let me just break that down. You can feel loved. You could have the best wife or the best husband, the best children, and the best stability, the best job, and you still will never feel happy and whole. Because that's not what this level is meant for. Okay? It's not what this shit is meant for. This shit is meant for growth. Okay? You're meant to grow and expand as much as you possibly can before we do finally pass away. That's why I believe karma is also not on this level. You know? I don't believe people get, you know, karmic debts and karmic bullshit on this level. I just don't believe that. I don't believe that. I believe karma is something that comes afterwards. But what is the point of like having karma when we're still alive? If that makes sense. It's like we already have to see things on a daily that's horrible. Hell-like, you know, Earth is very hell-like. Whether, you know, it's heavenly and it's hell-like. You know? So this is already a punishment in itself. We don't need any more fucking punishment, if that makes sense. Our souls are separate from whatever this journey is. Our souls are just learning right now. Separate from the brain. I think they're learning imprints or purity. know, whatever the feeling or the situation is. Maybe it is just contentment, the feeling of contentment, being able to be content without having everything in the world. Even at this point in time, like, my family is not rich at all. We are broke. We are broke. But we're still content. We didn't need all that money to be fucking happy. Do you think Cardi B is happy? I mean, she might be. She a little one. Do you think that Jay-Z is happy? Do you think he's happy? Do you think Beyonce's happy that Jay-Z cheated on her, even though she's like the most beautiful woman in the world? Do you think these people are happy out here? But this is the thing. Humans are capable of making mistakes as well. Even when it comes to their own happiness. They can fuck it all up in a span of a second and end up with nothing in the end. So, to me, that's a grave punishment. That's not karma. That is a punishment, though. That's just how this world works, unfortunately. Money can help, but it's applying the finances, right? It's applying the money to something that can actually help your growth or your future. Like I said, we went from dirt poor to being just average poor. And it takes a lot, like, everybody has to work. Everybody, you know, a lot of fucking backbreaking work. My whole family is filled with workaholics and still on the poor level type shit. So don't get it twisted. These people work fucking hard. We all work super fucking hard to the extent of exhaustion, but that's because of capitalism and because the U.S. doesn't want us to survive very long. They want slavery. It's basically modern slavery, capitalism, and it won't be restructured for another couple hundred years. So I want to just be middle class. Me too. I fuck with middle class. You know, I fuck with middle class because y'all get. You know, y'all get. I fuck with middle class because it's like, you're able to have a house, right? You're still paying mortgage out the ass and probably suffering a little bit. Probably still suffering a little bit on the financial, but y'all can take like a trip once every year. Like, is that that's not even that good. Like, if you think about it, that's not that much money, but we still out here, we still don't make that much money. New York is like a fucking cage, and if you live in a big place like California or New York, you're fucked instantly. As soon as you're born, you're fucked. Like, talk about middle class. Like, the fuck, these people are rich out here. I mean, rich. I feel like you suffer a little less than poor people. The only reason why I suffer a little less is because I apply myself. If I didn't have shit like my work, I'm an entrepreneur, by the way, if you didn't know that. And I also do a lot, like, I do so much, it's not even fucking funny. You know, clean, whether it's clean, whether it's I have to go somewhere and cater to people, wipe some ass. No, I don't do all that, to be honest with you, to be fair. Alcohol, a lot of it, my job is just alcohol. So, the only reason why I suffer a little less is because I don't think about the suffering piece. I think about how rewarding it will be when one day my family will be able to have a break. One day, at 81, my grandfather still, this nigga is so traditional to the extent where he is still working a part-time job. This nigga don't give up. That's how beaten into our family it is to just work. Because they were all the factory workers and the slave workers and the Italian workers and the Irish workers. They just never stop. They never fucking stop, bro. At 81 years old, he's still working a part-time job. He mows lawns. We've told him to quit like 2,000 times. We've told him to quit. It's always been an argument in our family that he needed to fucking drop it. But if that's what makes him happy, I'm for it. He brings in a little bit of extra of his money and his cash. He can take care of his little car, and he feels content with that, though. That's what he feels content with. But we're trying to move his little ass down to Florida so he can, so we can force him to resign his position at the fucking green asshole there, where they mow lawns and do concrete and stuff like that. Kind of like construction, but not really construction. No, Pop's about their dollar. You're right though. He's a Capricorn Sagittarius. I'm a Capricorn Aquarius. So we're not that different. We're different in the means of socialization, but definitely not that different when it comes to the mind and money. This dude's still out here be like, oh yeah, like he see like people on TV. He like, oh damn, Megan Thee Stallion is thick, and he's Italian. This dude is Italian as fuck. You're like, damn, she look good. I'm like, you shut your mouth. This dude is so funny. Holy fuck. I'm in Florida, really nice for old folks. Yeah, that's why I really want him to retire down there. Like, he needs to go somewhere where he could just, like, go out on the nudist beach and watch the ladies walk by and do that shit. Like, that's what I want him to do. I want him to just be able to sit back. We can go to Italy. We can go to France. We can go to, you know, all the little places that he missed out on in his younger years because he chose to stay in the States and go to fucking California and travel the fucking States. I was like, when I had a conversation with him recently, I was like, why didn't you just move to Italy? I could have been like full on Italian. Like, you know, you have like a full on citizenship there because you are second generation Italian. You're 50%, nigga. Sea level does wonders for health. Absolutely. That type of air, the salty air and shit. Yeah, he should be enjoying it. But that's why I need to get my money up so that I can take care of his little ass. He think he's funny as shit with that shit too. He think he's funny as fuck. All right, let's get back into reading. Where's my drink at? Oh, a little bit of Sprite, zero sugar. It's good. Spotify can't play this right now. What you mean? All that nicotine caught my throat. A little bit of water too. Damn. All right, so who is next? Some lady said. Some lady, Sarah wants 3. Sarah, what you doing? Where you at? Sarah, where you at? And then I hope Sarah's still here. Damn. Sorry, Sarah, you've been waiting, love. Hola, CC Shell. How are you guys doing? It is 6 a.m. here in New York. 6:24. When I reach out to Nick again, what to expect? I had to take a step back after an argument getting COVID to heal my... Jesus, that COVID? Well, I hope you made a full fucking recovery. All right, Sarah. All right, so I'm gonna say he thinks you're a crazy bitch. He thinks you're crazy. Let's see. When you reach back out, how is it gonna go? He thinks you're a crazy bitch currently. That's how he feels. Anchorage, Alaska. Who are these people we're getting up in here? Anchorage, Alaska. Ew. Alright. Okay, so, yeah. I'm gonna be honest with you. He thinks that, for one, You definitely a crazy bit. He felt like he was being controlled by you in some type of way, or you were trying to control him. He didn't. He feels like, you know, his version of love is freeing. It's like, oh, I want to be free type shit. Okay, I want to be free. I think that you're gonna try to make amends with the situation. Like, you're gonna try to get on his good side and everything like that. But unfortunately, I see it falling right back into the same process that y'all just went through, which is restriction. Him feeling restricted. Him feeling like you doing the most. I mean, he puts a lot of the blame on you, unfortunately, in these types of scenarios, even though he's the one who's horrible at communication. So that's interesting, right? It's like he puts all that on you and everything. I would say that y'all will get back together, and you will chat. I think you will come to an agreement. But like I said, I could see the same type of fallout type of situation happening again. Okay, not too far down the line here. I could see it happening again. I would say the reason why it happens is because he feels like you're yelling at him. He feels like, you know, you blame a lot of this situation and scenario on himself. But I feel like it's almost as if he, you know, I don't think he wants to take responsibility for his half of the argument either. I don't think he wants to save what y'all have going on. Now, well, he will come back in and be like, hey, you know, it is what it is. Like, you're going to talk to him or whatever. You always do the initiation. I can see here too. He's going to be quite distant. And you're going to recognize that, and you're going to question that, and it's going to trigger him right back into the same type of behavior. There's no avoiding it, you know? There's no avoiding it. It's been that way for a year. He said nothing serious, so I saw someone else and he got upset. Right. So he has no right to be jealous at that point, because if he didn't make the commitment, if he didn't stretch out, you know, stretch his ego a little bit and get down on one knee, then it is what it is. But like I said, I see the same shit happening because he still doesn't want to commit. It's up. I mean, at this point, it's completely up to you, Sarah. You don't have to wait on this dude. I know you like him and you feel like you're connected to him, but he feels trapped by you. He feels like he's stuck on you in some type of way. While he feels similar to you, how you feel, he feels like you hold him back. But you also feel the same way. So y'all are mirroring each other. Look, mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest of them all? Right there. You both feel the same way. So what's the give and take out of this situation? Are you going to further push this on? Like, because I don't see him bending. Like, I don't see him getting into a relationship with you. I'm just gonna say, like, and if he does, it's like he's gonna be so fucking distant that it's crazy. You know, at that point, it's like, okay, so he is really trying his hardest to break it off. He wants his cake and wants to eat that shit too, if that makes sense. Because he still wants the pussy, right? He still wants the pussy. But he don't want the commitment. He still wants to talk to you about all the deep shit, but he still doesn't want the commitment. I haven't even reached out to him. I would really think about whether you should reach out to him, or maybe just allow him to crawl back and then stomp on him once more, like the little rat bastard he is. Okay, Sarah? Because I'm really feeling like this situation has kind of come to a closing card. It's up to you on whether you would like to push forward, obviously. But I would say it's going to happen again. The same way, too. Maybe not exactly the same way. I hope you don't get COVID again. But right on your birthday, that fucking blows. What's your next question? And Natalia, I'll get to your question in a second. I feel like you loved him. But how I feel about how he feels about you, how I feel about how he feels about you is he treats you like you are just like a fucking cow patty type shit. Like something the rim is rotting, and then he takes that shit for granted as well. He takes that shit for granted. Okay, what would his next actions be if you don't reach out? The end of a connection. The end of a connection. He wouldn't want to push it on anymore. Good morning, Mr. Reader. The end of a connection. That's confirmation. Right there. Like I said, he feels controlled by you. You know, he wants to break away from you. But you feel differently. You feel in love with him. The reason why he can't admit to his feelings is because he's got all these fucking built up mommy issues. Okay, so you don't want to commit. You want to roll around, and I saw something about like him being haunted by his mother. Him being haunted in some type of way by his mom. For some reason, I don't even know. His family is wild, though. I can sense that right off the bat. Your spiritual daughter is watching you tonight. Hi, spiritual daughter. Hello, Gemini. His family is so wild, so crazy. I feel like he feels like he has too much baggage, and yet that's nothing that you even have to worry your little pretty head about, because he wouldn't even bring up that half either. Oh, God. Yeah, you remind him of his mother. That's the problem. Controlling. Takes that all out on women, too. Because I can see here, does he have children? Does he have children yet? I wouldn't be surprised if he did. He's cried to me about his family. Such a retard. I'm sorry, but that's how I feel about his energy. He's such a retard. Because you could have moved ahead so many different times without his little ass, but he's ungrateful. And even in this aspect, he expects you to come back. That's what I'm with him. Move on. Move on, Sarah. Move on. He's sick in the head. May I buy another? Of course you can. I'll be reading until 8 or 9 a.m. I gotta wake up at 1. Jesus. 40, no kids, been single for years. I wouldn't, like I said, I wouldn't be shocked if either he's dealing with some type of baby mother, or dealing with some type of woman with kids outside of you. Like I said, he plays around a lot with other people's feelings, but then makes every excuse in the world to try to say, hey, it's not my fault, even though really it is his fault. He's dragging his fucking feet. He gets cold feet instantly. He's like, oh, maybe I can shag this one and get with this one and do this with this one. And it's just, it's not a web you want to be a part of. Push forward. Sarah said, what can I expect next? See, if that was your third question, then did you already know? Did you already know? You already knew this shit was done? Good is done? That's narcissistic. I would say it's mentally ill. I don't think he's narcissistic. I think he has narcissistic qualities, but all of us do. I think he's a very hurt person. I think that he's a baby bitch. I think he's very emotional. I don't think he's like void of emotions. I think he's a very emotional person. It's just that he can't release the fact that his mama was a little bit too controlling, and maybe not a little bit, but his family and the women in his life. Tragic. Next. I'm not natural enough for him. Well, you are quite strange, Sarah, but I wouldn't say it in a bad way. I think you're intriguing, very interesting. You mean normal? You're not normal enough for him? I think you're a weird bitch, Sarah, but what I mean by that is like you're a fucking cool weird bitch. Very cool weird bitch. All right, let's see. Fuck normal. That's what I'm saying. There ain't no such motherfucking thing. But he was looking for that like traditional blind wife type shit that moseys around the kitchen and shit. So, okay, so are you planning on moving? Because they're talking about either a move or a vacation or something here. Moving or vacation, where you might meet some folk. Natural nails, hair, etc. Okay. Now you mean okay? Yeah, I got you. So you're not allowed to dress up because it's too intimidating to him when you go out and look all sexy and shit. Yep. Are you planning on moving or traveling? I'm gonna be 90 with rainbow colored hair. I love them old bitches with purple hair. That's my favorite. They are saying about you traveling outside your comfort zone. So whether that means a physical travel, physical move, or just something physical, I would say that you might go. Maybe it's like going out. Maybe you haven't gone out in a while. I know you did have COVID and everything like that. But they are talking about you being able to hoe about a little bit. I can see a Scorpio. I can see a Scorpio. I can see I can see a Cancer. I can see you might go on dates as well. That might be it. You might travel to dudes' houses or something. You gotta be careful with all that. I don't know what type of risky behavior, or maybe you have them come to you. But I'm saying I don't know what type of risky behavior you'll be having, but I'm saying be careful. I see, like I said, I see a Cancer and a Scorpio. You deal with a lot of watery people, or people with high water aspects. They're talking about a lot of the men that you're going to be dealing with have layers and layers and layers of masks. So they don't really act like their real selves until like the last minute. I feel like it's kind of like a kick in the ass in a way, because you fall in love with a version of a person and then they turn into a different person real quick. It's kind of like, oh, let me show you who I really am, as if it's shocking and shit. I would say that you're easily in and out of relationships. Very easily, because you're very attractive. You can be, I'm gonna say a little bit tad codependent sometimes, because you like the idea of being in a relationship with someone who loves you. But or if I feel like it's more or less a sexual attraction thing for you sometimes, where you get in a relationship where you're sexually attracted but not really emotionally attached. I would say that I don't see a permanent relationship for the rest of this year. Okay? But I see you getting more serious about relationships in about November, that area, November, December. February as well. I can see something here pretty big for you, which is like finally some clarity, I feel like, on what you want from life. You might choose to stay single for longer than you expected. Okay? I'm going to say you're going to choose to be single for longer than you expected within next year. This year, I feel like it's just exercising everything you want to exercise. Exercising every bitch that you want to fucking exercise. Doing whatever the fuck you want to do whenever you want to do it without someone trying to control that within you. That's the impulsivity piece, though. The control piece, where you feel like you have full control over who you fuck and who you see and who you talk to. But the reality of it is that you don't. You have control over what you do with your body, with your emotions, and with your mind, and who you fall in love with and who you don't. But this idea that it brings more control in your life when you are able to be with who you want to be with, it's just not true. when you be with yourself for a little bit and learn about yourself for a little bit, which I'm sure with that little COVID thing, it did bring a couple of enlightening things to you. I think once you realize how good you are on your own first, that's when you're going to actually make moves when in real relationships. It's just the idea of you going without sex to you and feeling alone. It's an uphill battle. That's what I heard. Keep hearing that tonight. It's an uphill battle. I think you're going to be really shocked at the transformation you go through next year, though. For real. It's like a completely different person as far as you go, right? I saw Scorpio. I saw Cancer. I saw Pisces. All water signs. Or highly aspected water. People who are a different race than you, for sure. Like a complete different, like, skin tone. Everything like that. I could see a Sagittarius as well. Okay, there's a couple of people. But I would say they're not going to be permanent. Not for you. Fun to play with, not to eat. Okay. All right. Let me see. Who is next? I believe that it was Natalia next. Natalia, and then I hope so. No, you know so. You know so. Natalia, the lonely stoner. All right, Natalia, you asked me. My husband and I are separated, and want to know how is he feeling about me in our marriage, and what are his intentions towards me. Ooh. This is the rough shit. All right. Noah, first of all, the first thing that I picked up on is no amount of tarot, magic, and intuitive bumps can change this dude's mind. Very, very, I don't know if I would say stoic, but very, very strong-willed person. Stubborn as fuck. I think you both are. I'm trying to pick up my other cards real quick. Yep. All right. I'll say he's got a pretty heavy intuition on him as well. He's a Taurus, makes a lot of fucking sense. Okay, so I heard no questions asked. Okay, so I feel like he kind of just accepted that y'all just weren't meant to be here with each other. He just kind of accepted it. He kind of rolled over and accepted it. I feel like he tried his hardest. Whatever his hardest looked like, I know it didn't look hard to you, but he tried his hardest to make shit work or to come together. Okay? If that makes sense. And his hardest wasn't enough for you. So that kind of gives you a little detail on how he's feeling right now, with pulling away, loosening his grip a little bit, becoming a little less controlling, trying to control his own life. I think that's a lot of it too, is like he wasn't in control of his own life, so he felt like he had to kind of project it onto you. He still, I mean, there's still some things here about like how good your friendship was in the beginning, or how good everything was when y'all would communicate in the beginning, and how much it deteriorated and fell apart in the end. He feels like you made him his best self at one point and his worth self by the end. Excuse me. Little acid reflux. I can't say he doesn't still feel connected to you. It's like, I think he's always gonna love you and have love for you. Okay? But I think in this aspect too, the negatives kind of outweigh the positives. He just didn't know how to handle a woman of your caliber. You're very like uncontrollable. You're very impulsive. I mean, that's a huge trigger to him. It's a huge trigger to him. Because he feel like being controlling or controlling you was like such a huge part of his life. Yeah, I do see some little things behind the back here. I feel like this relationship was already over before it actually ended, right? Okay, because I can see I don't know if it's on your side or his side. He was talking to friends, or you was talking to friends about the situation. It kind of became super toxic because I think people put shit into your head and put shit into his head. It made it so hard for y'all to actually want to lay down with each other. I feel like at times it was very hard to even get intimate with this situation because it was a lot. It was a fucking lot. Yeah, you're an Aquarius. I did pick up on aqua energy. I would say you have hope and he doesn't. There's a huge difference between you two. Yeah. There's huge. Do you have a lot of Leo in your shit? One of y'all has tons of Leo in your shit. That's why y'all get along so well, but also hate each other so much. Okay? Here's the difference between you two. You have this sense of like, I feel like duty to treat everybody the same way. Now, what does that mean? It's like you have this duty to maybe do like humanitarian goals, pay a lot of attention to other people other than him. Maybe even have a lot of friends throughout life. That's a trigger to him. Because he's a loner, you know, a little bit of a loner stoner type character. He's like a cat, okay? I think he wants to fuck you. I think he's comfortable with fucking you. I think he wants to fuck you. But the truth is, he doesn't know how he feels. He still doesn't know how he feels. I don't, like I said, no amount of fucking tarot, magic, or whatever can really change his mind on things. It doesn't matter. Like, he's so stuck in his ways. I don't think it's going to work out again that way. I think y'all going to fuck. I think you might can rekindle a little bit of your feelings. He might feel a little, you know, connected to you in some type of way. But it's always going to stay at that level of distrust. That level of just like, I don't know, abandonment. He feels slighted. He thinks you're a whore. He feels slighted by you. He feel like you didn't respect him. You didn't respect his authority. Very traditional dude. Within that way, where it's like, okay, you need to literally listen to me, otherwise, you know, I'm outie. Or it's kind of like you're just a woman type thing. You're just like a submissive character, like an item to him. I think he definitely thought of you as a friend, though, at first. Like a really good friend, someone he could rely on, someone he could trust. But then he thought of you as a whore by the end of it, so... I got what you mean. Super submissive. That's not going to change. Is he a different, like, race, religion, background from you, or no? That's not, whatever it is that's built within him is not going to change. Like, while I still think that you guys, at this point, I feel like even a friendship would be really hard to manage. I'm not gonna put any like false hope out there. I would say the sex is still there, but I don't think you're gonna be serious about it. I don't think you're gonna be serious about it. Colombia, I got you. Little Latin shit. They did talk about Latinas a lot. I was like, I still love him. He's still confused about you. He has love for you, but I can't say it's romantic love. Yeah, I can't say it's romantic love. He has love for you. Of course, he's comfortable with you because y'all were married. I mean, sexually, he's comfortable with you. He's comfortable with talking to you about certain aspects, but it's never going to get that deep. Like, I feel like he needs real therapy. And you cannot keep trying to be his therapist, trying to diagnose him and shit. He needs real therapy. So take that how it applies. I just, what I see right here is stalemate up the ass. Like he really won't change. He's the type of person who's so bitter and so stubborn that, like, if anything, he's gonna throw it in your face. Okay, he's gonna throw it in your face that he was right, you was wrong, da da da. Oh, you still want me, that type. He's gonna shake himself in your face, and you'll be like, yeah, I love you. Damn, I love you, but it's not gonna change. Okay, that's all I can say. It's not gonna change. You do deserve somebody who can treat you like you're a person and not a fucking third-class citizen. So wherever you decide you want to take it, if you want to choose to keep it where it's at, boundary-wise or whatever, just know that in this situation, he would be using you. I think I would consider this using you for a sexual and a comfort, but still, not giving up on certain aspects like abuse. If he chose to go to therapy, which I don't think he will, like I say, it's a very low probability. It's like, it's a hit or a miss, 50-50. He's addicted to treating women this way, unfortunately. It's just a very, very traditional, horrible way to be in a relationship with a woman, right? Like, crazy shit, man. Crazy shit. I think it's this. When it was good, it was really good because he wasn't showing you his true self. That's why it was really good. I think when you finally ended up seeing who he really was, it was already too late. Yeah, it's going to be the same thing. I don't see it changing. I think he would get with someone else. Which one of you has strong Leo aspect? He's going to be honest about it too, when he does get with someone else. I feel like he's going to try to make you jealous, to make you mad. Probably me. I think so too. Yeah, I think I could see him exercising his freedom as a retaliation, unfortunately. He's not going to lie about it when you ask him either. Right, Natalia? You got that? He will be abusive, yes. He's still going to treat you the same exact way. It's like a he said, she said situation. In this case, while I do believe that neither of you were necessarily wrong in the reasons why this all went to shit, I believe he wants somebody else that's just not you. I believe you want someone else that's just not him. I believe it could have been a good thing if y'all got therapy, and even then, that's kind of roughing it because his particular relationship style is just not something that you can accept. The abusive pieces are something that he can really lose quick, but the submission type shit, that's nothing it's nothing that you can put up with. I would maybe think about it first before you allow him back into your life. Yeah, the abuse is not your fault. No. The fact that y'all didn't know each other, that you thought you knew each other but really didn't on that spectrum, it's not your fault. Y'all both had a certain mask and a way you wanted to be perceived. I think you also wanted to be able to control how he felt about you. So you tried to bend your knees a little bit and give him what he wanted. But you only gave him 50%. If he wants a fully submissive bitch, it's not you. So I wouldn't pretend to be that person. I would take space from him for a little bit before you decide to hop back in the sheets and roll around and really think about what you want. I wouldn't just jump right the fuck back in, because that's just more and more. You're backing up more and more trauma. You need therapy right now as it is. As what you've been through, regardless of how minor you believe it is, you also should talk to somebody for real, and it might help you understand yourself and understand him a little bit better as well. You tried your hardest. I don't. You. It's not like you fucking were roughing it and buffing it. You tried your hardest. You tried your hardest. You did. You put forth more effort than anyone could ask for. You know. Right. I feel like this is like the father you never had type situation, unfortunately. We have 2 kids. I don't know. I saw your babies here, by the way. I saw your kids. That doesn't mean it can't work out in a way that is cohesive, like parenting. But once he starts projecting that version of himself onto his kids, that's when, like, either you get the fucking help, because your kids can't see him doing this to you. You understand that? Because they will mimic and imitate everything that they see. No matter how hard you try to hide it, you crying in front of your children, even in that spectrum, is terrifying to your kids. And you just have to think, you thought of your kids and you have to think of them still, right? Only 14 years, right? That's a really decent portion of your life of knowing somebody, wanting to know somebody, but never getting close enough to know them because he wouldn't let you. Because he's a traumatized person, and he would have never, ever gotten deep enough with you. Still. Right, that's what I'm saying, Shelly. It's that type of situation. There's more negative than there is positive. Think of yourself and your kids. Yeah, baby, you need therapy. You need to talk to somebody. You should. Before you even think about jumping back in the sheets and rolling back around with him. You need to talk to somebody. Your kids shouldn't see that. Regardless of your own self-worth and fighting with that, you know your kids should not be around that type of behavior or see that. Because imagine if he can do that to you, then he can do that to anyone he loves, regardless. I think I have a trauma bond. I believe you do. I believe, like I said, it started out great. There was a lot in common. There was a lot there, a lot of love there, and it quickly formed into a toxic fucking grenade of shit. You should talk to somebody for sure before you ever think of allowing him back in. Because you got to get stronger before you even have that conversation with him. Excuse me. Yep. Definitely think about it. Think about your kids. Think about what type of man you want to be around your kids. Think about the type of shit they have to see. Think about yourself. Do you want to be known as the victim, the trauma bonded victim, the submissive bitch he was trying to turn you into, or do you want to be known as Natalia, the person that you are, genuinely are? In Aquarius, which Aquariuses are fucking insane. Like they are, woo. They have that personality. Very attractive people. Different for our family. I wanted that so bad. I understand. I know. I know how it goes. You make babies with somebody. That's a bond in itself. But you shouldn't have to feel trapped in your old skin in your head and with somebody who treats you like you're a piece of shit. Because you know he wasn't innocent, right? You know he was doing all sorts of shit. He's just that type of person. He doesn't care about your feelings. He made that clear. Don't go back. He's not going to change. Of course, they're doing the road out here right now. I really love that. It's like shaking the whole house on the side. My biggest suggestion to you is definitely a little bit of therapy, or a lot of bit of therapy. Start out with a little bit and try your best to ignore whatever situation he's trying to bring into your home again. Right, let's really change that statistic. Doesn't matter that he was cheating on you or not, babe. It shouldn't matter to you. Because you're worth more than that in general. He shouldn't be laying hands on you. That it's as simple as he shouldn't have been laying hands on you. Yeah, I mean, calling you names and all that type of shit. He shouldn't have been doing any of that type of shit at all. At all. All right, Natalia. I'm going to hop on to the next person, but what I am going to say to you is that it's very, very, very important that you see somebody for this type of situation so you can understand the dynamic, understand yourself. It's not about spilling your guts. It's not about like a lot of people think it's about talking about your childhood and shit like that when you go to therapy, everything. No, it's about how you currently feel right now. It's working through that. Right, I get that, I tell you. But no matter what you did, no matter how much you changed, it would have never satisfied him. Right. That's something that unfortunately becomes a pattern in your life when you do survive through a domestically violent relationship, or even verbally abusive relationship, and you take it to the next level by getting with someone who's even worse than that, because you don't even understand that your attraction to a person like that damages your whole entire vision and view of how people should be loving on you, right? And then you get with the next person and they're just like that as well. So the biggest, like I said, the biggest piece of advice I can do is tell you that talking to somebody, it's as simple as talking to somebody, even if it's just 2 or 3 sessions, it's going to be really important to move on so you can have a better life. I feel broken in a way. And I'm going to say, it's temporary. It is temporary. As long as you're willing to break the cycle, it's temporary. Get help and get away from him, absolutely. Think you're your babies. Think of the future where you can have a man who doesn't hurt you, doesn't hit you, doesn't want you to be anything but who you are. Think of being the person who you used to be, right? Before you had to deal with all this bullshit. But think of an even more improved version of that person. You know, a fucking Starlight type shit. Not having to act toxic and be toxic, you know, just for a little bit of validation. Like I said, the daddy issues run strong with you, but that won't last long once you realize your worth. These motherfuckers, they choose this day. You know, as soon as I get on here, they haven't been doing this for the past couple of days, but now they're doing all this work. Healthy, beautiful relationship, healthy children. You guys can fucking communicate. You can have sex without feeling like you're, a piece of shit. You can enjoy it. You can enjoy it without feeling like you're just a tool. My dad was present, but always verbally abusive. Yep. I did pick that up. It starts out verbally abusive. It always does. It starts out with a whore and you're a fat piece of shit and you're this. My family ran through my family too. Starts out that way. And it starts out as little critiques, little criticisms. Verbal is worse than physical. I don't know about that. I think the combo is deadly. I think that verbal is something that like you can't forget it. I feel like it's easier for little tiny children to pick up on verbal, for sure. I was put down for everything, yeah. I grew up in that type of household as well, and I could tell you it did me it did me a lot of fucking bad before it did me anything good. Kill me, but what hurt me was the reason why the physical hasn't hit you yet, the reason why those physical things haven't hit you yet is because the self-worth is still not there. Latin families, absolutely. That working class type bullshit where you drink a little too much, the chocolates, yep. The belts. I'm lucky I skipped the belt pieces and shit, but the belts, the showering in scalding hot water, all of that good stuff. All that good stuff. Natalia, I know you can make it through though. I know you can, and I know that you will have a fucking the best man in that you will have. As long as you are willing to build the foundation, you will find the best man that could possibly happen to you and your family. But first, you have to be the best woman that has ever happened to your family. Okay? It's like fucking building a snowman. Do you want a fucking snowman with like 2 carrots on his face and no eyes? Or do you want a snowman with the scarf and he's got the 2 little eyes and cornhole nose and everything like that. Okay. That's what I'm saying. You said I need to get another ring out with a new man. You need to go do some fucking therapy work. I'm telling you, even I've been to fucking therapy. All right, let me check out. Who is that? Okay, yeah. Where are you at? Damn, what was his fucking username? Hold on. The loner stoner. The lonely stoner. Where you at? Are you still here? I owe you that question. Oh, it's Queen Rare. Of course, Natalia. And I really understand that you are in a moment of suffering and like feeling all these emotions at the same time. It's overwhelming as fuck. But you need to, you need to push through so that you could become strong by yourself. And that's the hardest thing to do for yourself. I know you want to be there for your kids and you want to be a better mother, but first you have to be better for you. And it always is going to start at you. Because remember, you don't want to pass down none of that extra bullshit. You don't want your kids to mimic that version of you when you were younger, or that version of your father or anybody like that, or your husband who couldn't keep his hands to him. So you don't want none of that. You want a clean slate so your kids can grow up in a healthy home so that you can grow up healthy as well. Grow up, right? It is about growing up. A lot of it is. And them Latin homes are fucking well known for... Latin homes and Italian homes are well known for their abuse. Jesus Christ. Whew. Talk about like bringing you close to death and shit. All right, everybody that's new coming in, please check out the description and what I had pinned up top. I paid for 2 questions. Nora, I'll catch you after I catch the lonely stoner. What's your question? My younger sibling's father is Italian. Yo, them traditional Italians were also very brutal. I don't know why I could see you smoking a cigar. I used to roll my own and smoke pink champagne. That was like my favorite kind. It was like a pink champagne flavor. I would just roll it up just like a joint, and I used to do that. I miss those days, those party days. I don't. I really don't. I don't miss partying, but that sounds great. It was the best flavor in the fucking world. I'm telling you, it had me hooked for about 3 years. It had me hooked for 3 years. Oh my God. It was so fucking good. I used the same wraps for weed too. Yeah, shell. Right there. Alright, everybody who's just coming in and begging or whatever, if you can be patient, because I am reading people who did pay for a little something, and not spam up the chat, I'd appreciate it. Because I gotta see what the lonely stoner is saying in response to his rating. Okay. What is with you and butthurt ass women? You always be dealing with these weird butthurt ass bitches. Lonely, it is rough out here for a man. It is rough out here for a man. Oh man, what did you do to these women? Thank you, Shelly. What did you do? It's not bro, I can't even blame it on you at this point because it's not all you. Now, I'm not sure how old you are, but you have these such bitter, and this has to be a reflection of your home. I know we was just talking about home and stuff like that. This has to be a reflection of how the mother was to you. And I say the mother gently and sweetly, but this has to be some sort of situation how, you know, God, more like what they did to me. Jesus. Yeah, I feel like it's both, but it goes two ways. The weirdest part is that y'all both like exactly identically mirror each other. You know how people mirror each other in weird ways where it's like, okay, they have the same problem, but it comes from somewhere else. This is like it's the exact same problem. It's the exact same problem on both ends, and it's always ending in like the same way. God. I feel like you deal with a lot of traditional women, but you're not a traditional person at all. There's a little piece of you that hates. I don't think you hate women. You hate a certain type of woman, but you still deal with that type of woman. It's the dictatorship. Why do you deal with dictating women so often? You know they're the type of people that like literally make you feel like you're a dog and shit. You're up in the fucking doghouse. All the time up in the doghouse. You don't need a controlling woman to feel... I'm traditional, but the women I deal with are not. Okay, so traditional meaning you want someone who's sweeter. But you keep finding women who want to fucking Donkey Kong your ass. Like beat on you and shit. You get these weak, crazy ass ladies, bro. These crazy ass ladies. If your mama was that way, it's understandable, right? That's what you see. Monkey see, monkey do. They want a Birkin. They want a little bit. They want to beat them with a Birkin. Is what they want to do. I feel like it's peaceful when it starts, and then it fucking cascades down into a fucking deep, dark place, and ends in fucking crisis mode type shit. Like, I feel like you'd have tons of you need like a basement for some of these bitches. Like you need to like lock them up and throw away the key type shit. More like a bat. I feel like these bitches need like a special island or something. Dictating bitches. And I say bitches not even in a loose way. I mean bitches. Like these are bitches. They're cunts. Okay. I understand. So like I said, I understand where you come from. Even in this type of situation. So the way she feel, you're like a thick too. He said all that ass. You said thick like peanut butter. All that ass. Oh my goodness. Why do you do this to yourself? Okay. So in this situation, I see the same type where it's like, okay, I want to control how this relationship goes, but then the woman that I get with also want to control the way this relationship goes. Is it me who's being too controlling, or is it them who's being too controlling? What is the problem here? Because in this type of situation, I see control. Like, I don't know why I attract this type of woman. No, you're also attracted to them. Remember that. Whether it's a little bit of a traumatized piece or whatever. There's other women out there who are attracted to you, but you pick and choose your battles. So remember that. You don't have to deal with a bitch. You choose to deal with a bitch. I know it feels unfair at times because you're like, why is it always this? Why does it always end up in this way? But you like a certain type of woman. Don't lie when you say you want tradition, but in reality, you like a woman who knows her way around the motherfucking house. The bitch knows how to like control things. You like that aspect, but you also being controlling it conflicts with it. You understand what I mean? Are you you're Scorpio, am I correct? I think we've already been over this about 500 times, but you're Scorpio, am I correct? One of the most fucking controlling signs ever in the world. You want a woman who knows her way around life. I understand that piece. But there's a difference between knowing your way around life and knowing how to beat up a man. Okay, knowing how to hate a man. Like you get with all the man haters who either didn't have fathers or they had a father and he was a piece of shit. Like you get with train wrecks. Cancer, okay. Okay, even more so, the controlling piece definitely applies. But you do it from the shadows. Y'all motherfuckers do that shit from the shadow realm. Okay, and it's Scorpio rising, so it's double trouble. Fucking double whammy. And Mars, oh Jesus, you are so Scorpio and so watery it hurts, that shit. So this is what I'm gonna say in this type of situation. Is since it is a repeat, it's basically the last reading I gave you type shit with Miss Mary Mack. Miss Mary Mack was also or is also a cunt. Let's put it that way. You know, there was no intentions here of treating you like you were a person. I will put it that way. Like it seemed like you always kind of like second class citizen, and then hoes will always be. You know how it's like hoes will always be hoes. It's like that type of mentality, right? Oh, niggas will always be niggas, and then they treat you just the same as all the rest of them. Like that's a pact you really gotta break, and you gotta stop dealing with this type of lady, because it's just as play. You know, that's the player shit that women say they deal with. It happens within women. It's never highlighted in that way, that type of abuse, because it is abuse at the end of the day. It's not, oh yeah, we all argue. No, it's abuse at the end of the day. It is. As much as you don't want to see it, it's abuse, and it's not okay. And further pushing forward on those types of relationships will only trigger you and cause you more harm. You're gonna keep dealing with that same type of bitch. Don't lie when I know you like the physical and shit like that, but you know what they like? They like to trap niggas. They like to trap niggas. You gonna be the next baby daddy. I'm not even a player. I'm saying it's them that's the player. It's them that's the player. I'm not saying it's you. I'm saying it's them. They the one that play. It's the opposite. Earlier I was saying it's the opposite scenario. It's them that play. It's not even you. So when we roll the dice out here, you do want to be in someone's life. Like, do you really want to be with someone who act like this, dog? You better watch out, because bitch be trapping. Bitch be trapping, trying to trap you. I feel like Miss Mary Mack was one of those types of situations, trying to trap you in the relationship with her and shit. Trying to make sure you couldn't travel. Yeah, I see. Trying to have a baby on you and shit. Trying to make sure you couldn't travel or leave the house and shit. Like this type of shit is wild to me. It's insane to me. Maybe she didn't leave the house though. Shit. I don't feel like she was a little bit of a hectic player. To tell you the truth, it's like I know you're a distant person. I know it takes you a while to get into your feelings and your emotions for good reason. Okay, but hitting and having a bit, I'm just in love with her. So, no, it's not for some odd reason. You're attracted to a certain trait. You're attracted to a certain trait. Nigga, you are attracted to a toxic trait. You're attracted to player type women. But it's weird. She kept telling me she wasn't into me. What is with these women you be dealing with? They're players. She was a cheater. There you go. They're players. Do you want someone's hand-me-downs? Someone's second pickings? It's like it's ran through all these hands already. And this person's emotions are chaotic and volcanic as fuck. You're saying you're in love? I'm not questioning necessarily your feelings. I'm just saying, if this is some type of person you want to love, that's on you. Secondhand spaghetti. Were you gonna have a baby with this bitch? Cause I could see that here. Did she have a baby, or was you gonna have a baby with this bitch? There's something about pregnancy here and about a baby. I think she was afraid of you. Cause she thought, I think that she's afraid of you because she figures that you're just a player or an opportunist. That's why she would say you're not, that she's not attracted to you, is because she thinks a lot of things. But you have a habit of not really disproving those things either. because you fear giving someone away your prized possession, which is your emotions. She had a baby. Okay, I can see that. I can see that. She's still attached to the baby daddy. She's still attached to the baby daddy. When I finally put my foot down, she got pregnant. Doesn't that tell you everything you need to know, though? They play. They play. You know, whether you were the side piece, the side team, they play. It's not all women. It's the women that you choose that you want to be rolling around with in the sheets or in the streets. I don't think so. I think she used you as a replacement for her ex. And that's gotta hit. You're not dumb. It's not that you're dumb. It's that these bitches is playing. It's not that you're dumb. It's the same thing that I would tell a woman in the same type of situation. You're not dumb. It's not you. I mean, some of it is. But it's not all you. Did y'all just talk intimately and deeply? Probably about her relationship and, you know, how she being treated and all that type of shit. And then she gaslit you is basically what I'm trying to say. She gaslit you. I don't see feelings here. I see her playing it and sucking you dry. Right, you have fucking value. Ugh, man. Yeah. I felt like it was something more. She didn't, apparently. She didn't. It's all that deep talk, you know. She gaslit you into thinking that the connection was something more than it actually was, because she was feeling lonely, she was feeling mistreated, misguided, but then ended up having a child, right? I mean, that's gaslighting. Doesn't mean you're stupid. She's the fool. I had a dream I bought a cookie for 65 cents. I'm sad it wasn't real. Of course. Of course. Just keep in mind, you got fucking work, dude. Like, it's not, you know, it's not always you. Like, it can't just always be you, right? Maybe your approach to your emotions is like super, super slow. And, yeah, that's something you can change, but you can't help what you're not comfortable with. But if you were to explain that you're not comfortable with instantly just fucking ripping your heart out for a bitch, I think that would be maybe, it would take away some of the mysteriousness and the masked player type of shit that people see within you. That's the only real solid advice I could give to you, because like I said, you're attracted to a certain type of gal, like a gal who knows her way around, and, you know, a survivor type, because you're also in that aspect the survivor type. You just got to know the risk to that, which a lot of these bitches will not be healed. Listen, scenario, you be talking about a cookie for 65 cents. I feel like, did you talk about having a dream about food again, like last time? I can't really remember. And maybe it was me that had the dream about fucking food. I think I had a dream about mac and cheese last night. I don't know why people think I'm a player. I stay in the house. Because you don't vocalize there. You don't vocalize what you're doing. So people think it's sneaky. Right? Yeah, I got a thing for girls who have trauma. I think you just got a thing for, like, girls who are well-traveled in that area. because you also have a fair amount of trauma. But I also think their trauma is not your worth. I think it's certain things that make us who we are, and of course, what you should be looking at is a higher female, with a little bit of higher self-esteem, who most likely is gonna have trauma too. I mean, all females nowadays got trauma, some worse than others, but you know what I mean. No, it wasn't me. Oh, see, you got a little salty on that. You're like, you can't even remember what I was saying. You tell them you're a pimp. People always think I'm a player too, and I think that's fair. That's a fair assessment. I think it's a fair assessment to say that if I'm not out in the game, and I guess if I'm not shagging, that means I'm a player, right? But to be honest with you, I don't have time. I genuinely don't have time to play. So for some people that shit works. For other people, it's just, I think our whole generation is traumatized. You're right. Yeah, we're picking up what all of our fucking, traumatized ass parents were putting down. Tell me he thought younger women were messed up. I almost cussed him out, but I might have proved this. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not a fan of younger women. I mean, I can't even say that it's like a personal preference, because I do think younger women are a little bit more. They're dealing with a lot of emotions and a lot of different things all at the same time. I just can't. I'm not gonna wipe a bitch's ass. I've always dated older women. But to be fair, it's like you can't really assess someone through that. Some younger people do have maturity. A little bit. Even if I wanted to sleep, it's like these people out here doing this motherfucking road, bro. And it shakes my whole house. That is wild. To be fair, you was dealing with a Scorpio who Scorpios like to point out people's faults. And it's not because they're really shoving it in their face. It's because Scorpio believes that everyone is unaware. Is not aware as Scorpio believes that everyone is not as aware as they are, which sometimes can be a helpful trait and sometimes can really hurt a motherfucker. Alright. I'm telling y'all, if y'all feel the shaking, it's this shit out here. Or hear the shaking, my bad. Like I said, was raised by a Scorpio. I definitely know that criticism and how insecure and selfless it can make you. Who else sent? So we had... Okay. Nora, you still here? Miss Nora. Yes, you can. Post your questions. Go ahead. Post your questions. I might have to change out of this shirt. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little hot, but post your questions and I'll get right with you, and then I'll take a little bit of a break. You thought that was just a Virgo thing? Yeah, you did wrong for that. You should know that Scorpios are, I would say master manipulators, but I don't think that's necessarily it. They're brutally honest at times. Brutally. And they pick people apart. They do. They're like vultures. Just very beautiful. Hiding behind a very beautiful mask. And I don't think they do it to be mean. I really don't. I think they genuinely believe that certain people are just dumber than they are. I think that's a fair assessment because Scorpio, like I said, Scorpio, very well-traveled, well-rounded people when you meet the right time. Hey, Jada. And to be fair, I think Scorpio is right on a lot of that. That a lot of people are kind of emotionally more stupid than they are. But that doesn't make the criticism like good to hear all the time. Especially when you're dealing with like an insecure. So Scorpio always somehow ends up with insecure people because they want to control all of that within them. It becomes an addiction of fixing people. All right, Nora, you said I'm a Scorpio with a little side face. Okay, Scorpio. All right, hold up. All right. So you said, should you approach him about the job? I'm gonna use my pendulum real quick just to make sure I'm on the right track here. Should you approach him about the job? That's a pretty damn strong yes. Let's see again. Should you approach him about the job? And then I'm gonna clarify. Should you approach him about the job? Yes. So, first off, Nora, I will say that this particular dude is a little creepy. A little weird and a little creepy. But if you do approach him about the job, I feel like he needs the position, some type of position filled. So if you approach him now, it will save a lot of like him having to sift through people and approach him now. When you come forward with your strong ass personality, at least within the work environment, I can see here, you're not too shy within the work environment. When you approach with your little sexy ass number and you're like, oh yeah, can I start? Can I start working here? Or, is this my job yet? I feel like this situation will go a lot faster. Okay. It's confirmation that you should approach. Okay. Now, they are talking about self-sabotage here. If you wait too long, it's going to get taken right out from under you. Like, it will get taken out from under you if you let your mind play tricks on you and play that insecure number. Okay, so they are saying to approach. You have to come forward with powerful energy. If you don't put your foot down, like I said, like a lot of people, for some reason, this is like people are like vultures on this job where they're in and then they're out. Okay, a lot of people will get this and then leave. A lot of people will get this and then leave. He seems very, but I think so. I believe so. But this is where I say the bluntness is a little bit weird and creepy. Okay, so he might make, I don't know if he makes moves on you necessarily, but it's like you can sense that there's some type of energy between y'all. And it's like you're like, I don't know. You kind of make me a little uncomfortable, love. But like I said, well-paid job. I think that as long as you come forward with the same type of energy where it's like, hey, I'm here, give me my job, I think he'll respect it. And I think he'll respect you a little bit. And they said you'll bring sunshine to the workplace. Hey, Honor. I asked about 2 people I know and if they were undercovers, and they said yes on both. Trust your intuition. You felt that they were, and then you confirmed it. So there you go. Anna, how are you? Should I ask someone else to intervene? I don't think so. I don't think so. I will go for it. Just go for it with you. Because you, remember, you got to step up a little bit, into your power. I don't think you realize how powerful people, like when people hear your voice, I don't think you really realize how powerful that shit is. You need to show that you are you know, you are capable of putting your foot down, especially for your future type shit. You're talking about switching over your personality into not being so likable and bendable, being more of a strong leadership type character. Because in the end of all things, that's what you want to do. I think you want to have your own place. So they're saying like you really need to push forward on this. State your claim, love. State your claim. Don't let someone else intervene. Just you do it. Just you. Yep, this is you growing up, is what they said. Even if you're not a baby, they say it's growing up out of a belief that you need to act sweet and act nice, and you know, be this non-confrontational. You're anxious. I can sense it. I can feel it. You're anxious, right? But it's okay. Like you're allowed to state your piece. I could see you having like panic attack and shit. You're like, oh my god, I don't know if I could do it. Nah, I think if you approach him, it'll be an easy win for you. Look, that's my money honey card. Easy. Easy peasy. What's your third question? And I'll give you a little bit of a monthly overview and see what's coming up for you. And then I'll go grab another shirt because it's just way too hot. I'm glad you're alright, Anna. I think I've seen you up in here before. She's laying right over. She's watching the screen, actually. She's laying right over here on my bed. Is your supervisor treating you differently? So be like, I'm gonna close my eyes now. I would say yes. I would say yes. That's confirmation, they said. That's yes. Not the boss talking yet, right? We roll it back through on the boss. Every time you come in, I realize now, we get at least one question about the creepy ass boss. I would say he is like more physically attracted to you than the other people in the workplace. I say you don't give him lip. Like you are a very sweet person. Just you kind of show your emotions on your sleeve. You're a very sweet person. So he likes that. They don't. Okay, so everybody else are the ones that kind of don't like you. That's the problem that I'm seeing. Is that because he does like you, everybody else kind of don't like you. So I set some sabotage. You be careful. You be careful. Well, I do think he is a little bit of a creepazoid. To be fair, I think all bosses are that way towards women for some goddamn reason. Be careful of sabotaging. That's what I would be. That I would be more concerned about the people who are telling you, "Oh wow, he hates everybody." You know, are you dealing? Are you trying to get close to the fucking? Yeah, like they're trying to like assume shit of you. They're trying to be fake as fuck. Okay? They're trying to be fake as fuck. Steal your job out from under you and shit. They're like, "Oh girl, you gotta stay safe. You're a little creepy. You're a little weird." Da, da, da. No, come on now. I mean, that's up for you. That's up to you. And I know you get a little feeling from it. But I think it's harmless. For the most part, I think it's harmless. I do think he likes you more though because you are just honest and you're very sweet. You know, you're not mean about it. You're not a cunt about it. I don't see you getting on his bad side. In fact, you, like I said, you were very anxious, but very shockingly structured, I would say. So even though you have a little bit of anxiety, it's like it's structured anxiety. You're able to like still organize things, still do things in the background, which Scorpio, the greatest multitaskers on the face of the planet. So not too shocked. Not too shocked. Yeah, I mean, it is a little weird, but barely interact with him. Maybe one. And I think that's for the best. I think that's for the best. Because I'm afraid if you interacted with him a little bit more, he might try to make a move. When you take a break, will you come back? Yeah, I'm coming back. All I'm doing is I swipe off the screen so I can use my phone for a second while I'm grabbing the shirt. And maybe grabbing another cup of coffee because this shit went bad. And I'll be right back. I'm going to be going probably into like 8:39 a.m. So I got plenty of time. I just got to be up in the noon. It looks so damn good outside right now. Beautiful. Nora, you got another one for me? If not, I could check into your what the next month is going to bring you. October. You said, gotcha. Scenario, you've been coming in a lot. What you up to? What you up to? She's like, I'm trying not to go fucking crazy. Trying not to fucking literally lose your shit. I got a question there. Oh, okay. As long as I'm safe, you can be creepy all you want. Apparently, you look the best up in that bitch. So, I mean, Nora. I don't know what eye candy going on up in there, but apparently you look the best. Okay, October. Birthday month. Oh shit! Happy birthday. Don't judge my question though. You seen some of the questions I got, and I judge unbiasedly. No, she's not a Virgo. October. You're Libra, right? Wait, no, you're a Scorpio. So you're the end of October. You're the SA. She's a Scorpio. Wow, the 30th. Okay. All right, so okay. It makes sense on why you're such a sweetie pie then. Because Scorpio, is that little Scorpio Libra mix type shit? Where like you're in between all of them, kind of. You're in between all of them. She put a finger in every pie type shit. Hi, Amy. All right. So I'm gonna say it's gonna be quite positive. There's a lot of I feel like outside conflict that you don't really have to worry about. I feel like it's like water off your back, not even something that's on your mind. The outside shit I'm gonna say is more work oriented, but I feel like you're gonna get whatever this new job or new situation is quite quickly. I don't know what you're trying to aim for, but I'm gonna say you're gonna get it. Okay, like. Apparently they're saying that you're gonna get a good check type shit. You're gonna get good, like it's so good I could taste it type check. They are saying that it is your season for a little bit of like fling romance energy. So there's gonna be a lot of eyes on you. Like I said, you're an attractive person in the workplace. I don't know how you be dressing or what you be doing, but it's working. It's working. Because you be swooning people. Yeah, swooning people. You making people feel tipsy and shit. So they are saying that there's gonna be some sort of like temptation here within relationships, some kind of temptation. I can see a temptation. I I don't want to say it's with a past person. It could be someone that reminds you of the past a little bit. There's gonna be a temptation with clown here. I said this person's very clown-like, or they like to amuse people. They might even have like an audience or something like that online. They might be like wanna be something. Okay, wanna be something. Yeah, a little wild, a little crazy. I want to say you deal with a lot of crazy dudes. I think a lot of the time you bring it upon yourself, but you shouldn't feel responsible for some of these dudes, bro. Like they are. Jesus Christ. It's like playing with the Joker type shit. Like you never know what you're gonna get. It's like a zoo out in this bitch. Because they see how stable and structured you are, and something in them says, like, I want to sink my teeth into that. You might get into a relationship, or if you've been entertaining in a relationship with someone, it might come to you. But I'm warning you now. It's just fun, this is just something to think about. This is not the most stable, structurally sound person, mind-wise, and in I don't know. It's just not. It's not the safest. I'm gonna let you know that. I wear a black suit. Is is she a suit? What's going on? She a suit. A lady in a suit. Yeah, but they say you got ass. So, hey, don't shoot the messenger. So, yeah, I feel like you might find someone who might like make you feel very beautiful, feel very unique, very energetic, but at the same time, there's something about a nigga, bro. Like there's just something about him that is just. I'd watch your step. It's a little crazy. It's a little fucking crazy. A little like Joker type shit. Like a little nuts. Okay, I also see. Okay, yeah, you're gonna get a lot of male attention. Just wait. I mean, I'm not sure what you're gonna be doing as far as like I don't see you traveling or anything like that. You might go out. You might go out for the first time in a while. Okay, and I feel like you get a lot of compliments on your look. Yeah, people be getting in on that flirtation shit. I see is there a baby daddy in the picture here, or someone here? The baby, they're talking about baby trap, possibly a Taurus or someone like Taurus, stubborn as fuck. Leo, very stubborn. They said CIA. Is it a government job? You don't have to tell me. I'm just. Might be a government job. And they said it's something like that. So, hey. No judgment. They keep saying CIA. What is up with the police and the CIA popping up in your energy? What was this about? I don't know. I'm just saying. What? I don't know. What you do though? I'm curious. What you do? She said it's. All right. Well, Nora, I mean, dude, you'll go there. Well, Nora, you got a lot of interesting people coming your way. I just want to say, you attract a lot of men in uniform. I mean, obviously you're wearing a whole uniform and shit, but you attract a lot of men in uniform. You attract a lot of police officers. You attract a lot of soldiers and oncoming traffic. You attract a lot of eyes, I would say. They keep talking about your ass. Someone's coming back into your life, I would say. Okay, I did talk about an ex a little bit earlier. There might be an ex making a reappearance or trying to make a reappearance. And I would say to that, there's someone's kind of abusive relationship making a resurface, whether it's in your head or in person, like where you might see this person or deal with this person again. What I will say is that this is a nutso type person. Like it's like I said, I keep getting a clown. She said, "Yeah, I'm in that feeling." Okay, Nora, a little shot. She said, "Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with having a little." And you all, but you wouldn't even like. I mean, just feeling your energy. I wouldn't necessarily say that. You know, I could see you even doing that, but at the same time, it fits you in some type of way. That's strange. It's like you a super like shy and sweet person, but I could see a side to you that is a little bit more like I'm a sucker for punishment type shit. But just watch out with the fucking creepazoids, okay? Because the clowns are around. They're coming back around town for you. Be careful who you fucking. Be careful who trying to like take you out for a date and shit like that. You do have a really good instincts though. Because it sounds like him, my current boss, when he flipped. Probably. Probably. Maybe just a little bit. I would say the workplace is going to be where you get most of your attention, okay? I would just be, like I said, be careful, because it seems like a risk-taking type situation. I'd be worried, okay? I would be worried about if someone in the workplace is trying to come on to you, I would be worried about them. For some reason, I don't trust the energy. They seem very weird, very manipulative, Joker-esque, nasty, rude. Has a really hard time with like focusing on conversations in detail. Like they jump around a lot. Might be slightly older than you. I'm gonna say it's like they're very attention seeking in the workplace. Always seems like to be like the victim and shit. Don't even get that far. If don't even get that far with them. Don't even go that far. Try your best. Try your best to evade. That's what I would say, because he's gonna ruin your streak of money. Okay, I can see your finances really filing through. Now, there is a piece, like I said, a resurfacing of like family trauma, something of that nature that does come up pretty strongly. Like maybe there was an event that happened, or maybe your birthday, isn't kind of like. I mean, maybe it is your favorite thing, but I'm saying there's kind of like a family trauma event that happens. I don't think it's anything terrible or horrible. I just think it reminds you of why you try to stay so far away. I think it's a reminder of why you try to separate yourself so much. Okay. Yeah, there's a reason why you left and specifically did this type of work and all that. I would just keep that in mind that it's going to resurface and pop up again. Something just triggers you a lot here. They're talking about it being generational curse, generational trauma, and karma. But you'll fight through it. Because you're resilient as fuck. And you get that paycheck. October, you getting paid. And that's it. They said you're weird as a motherfucker. They said you're weird. My sister passed October 3rd. It's always a bittersweet time for me. What do you do as far as celebration? Do you do a little bit of celebration for her? And you chill out and do something y'all would do together? Maybe think about a little bit of a vacation, man. If there's not already one in place that you kind of made for yourself. Like taking a day out or a night off or something like that. Think about it. Maybe less of like the work, trying to like work past it and work through it and make money through it. Maybe a little bit of let's take a little bit of a break and relax. It's about my other sister. I already started 2 days ago. It triggered me. I got you. Acting out. So yeah, I would try your best to just get through it. I want you to mourn in a way that you want to mourn. Whether that is like, but I just, doing the whole, like, let's just work through it, work that day, I'm going to just push through and whatever. I feel like that isn't how you really feel. I think how you really feel is that you want to settle down and do something that y'all like to do. Okay, as far as like family members, if they're trying to force you to do something, I wouldn't even go that route. I would just go the route of like, let me sit down and do something that I would want to do. You know. All right. I really want to see you relax though. Stand at attention, soldier. Your energy is so sweet. She's always with me. Her death opened a portal. She always communicates with me and no one knows. Isn't it fine that nobody knows? I like that aspect though. I feel the same way about my grandmother. Isn't it okay that nobody knows? I really do want you to mourn in the way that you want to mourn. It's for you. It's for you. Plus, you know your sister will want you to get that bag type shit. You know your sister will want to be up there, enjoy your money, enjoy a drink or something, like, or ice cream or something. Like I could see sweets here maybe. Some type of food. Yeah, definitely food. Yeah, something y'all went out to go eat or something like that. Yeah, you may be hungry with the ice cream and the sweets and shit. Miss Nora. Miss Nora. I try to tell them no one believes and she doesn't want to also. I would say it's just for you then. And nobody has to believe you. You know, at that point, it's just a relationship between you and your sister. Whether it's how you remember her or how you still interact with her, that's for you and you only. And there's a reason why your sister chose you and not any of the other ones. Okay? You know, just being honest. There's a reason why it's only you. All right? And there's also a reason why you're finding yourself a little slightly bit more successful than some of the others in the family. Let's just put it that way. No, I'm serious. Well, I'm glad to. But this is what needs to happen. You know, mourning is about all of the emotions. It's not just about the sadness. It's about the happiness. It's about, you know, the feeling lucky, the feeling lucky piece, having that person in your life. Even if it was a short time, regardless of all the good times you spent, even all the bad times you spent, it's all the things that that person took you through. Even if it was a roller coaster. And that's what I want you to be feeling too on October 3rd. I want you to feel her energy out. Okay? Look at the card that came up. Angel. They say you're being controlled by an angel. Or she's leading the way, more or less. I had a similar dream about my grandmother, and she told me the same thing. It gave me peace. Yep. Trust me when I say, they always gonna come back. All they want, all they want from you is to celebrate. Do a little shimmy. Don't be, just sad on that day. Don't be just depressed on that day. Make it a day where like you celebrate yourself and your relationship. Right? What did y'all used to do? What did y'all used to watch, drink, eat, wear? Do all the things that y'all love to do together. Oh, look what it said. Heaven. It said past life. They said smile. They really are talking about your family and how they treat you too. Also how they treated her. Especially how they treated her. I was mothering her, I saw that. That's so sweet. That's very sweet. Yeah. I can see you really holding that piece against the family though. Them saying, being emotional about it. I can see why it hurts you so much. It's because they weren't emotional when she was going through some things. They weren't there when she was going through most of those things. You was. I can see why it brings out a lot of emotion in you and makes you feel some type of way when they have the audacity to bring up her name or do that type of shit. It does hurt you. It just feel like they didn't know her type shit. And you knew the pieces that you couldn't know. I just feel like they didn't. It wasn't that they didn't care, but they did put other things in front of her, in front of understanding her for sure. But this is how she wants you to be. Hold up. Where did that card go? The sun card. Well, the sun card. She wants you to feel she wants you to feel affectionate. She wants you to feel loved. Never defeated. Keep fighting it. Play your position. You're strong as fuck. Alright, I gotta go change this shirt because it's hot. It's hot. I'll be right back. You will see it do a little spinning thing, but I'll be right back, y'all. It's chill. I gotta get another cup of coffee too because this shit went bad. I even have a full-blown conversation with my grandmother for like 5 to 10 minutes. Does not sound crazy. I do the same thing all the time. And even if I'm talking about, I know someone, but a lot of the time I know someone be hearing me. Shit happens, like shit will happen. Let's put it that way. I know someone will be hearing me. Why not, right? Yeah, brief intermission. I'll be right back. So those of you who want the questions or whatever, just 1 second, and I'll pop back through. Add me to the list, please. Oh my God. Should we get started, scenario? If you still up here. Hey, Amy. Oh my God, that makes me feel so good now. You said, welcome back, Dapper Dan. You need to shut your little mouth. What was your question that you said was stupid? Your question is, will you ever get rid of Leo? Was he the last nigga you was talking to? Like, have you been on a relationship hiatus since that dude? He's intruding your energy. Like, even you can hide as much as you want, I feel like, and he still, like, just watches your shit. It's almonds. Roasted almonds. A little ASMR. I really do think that's the primary, is that you're not active in the dating world for the most part. And I think that that's still fresh on you. Cause he do want to see, he do want to see you walk. He do want to see you walk. Like, I feel like this all kind of like leads back to you feel like there's unfinished business, or like maybe he feels that way, but even so, it's like it's a shared feeling. It's a shared feeling. Even though it's like, I feel like that's kind of your ego saying, like, oh yeah, he's watching me, so he wants me again, or some shit like that. It's like he's watching you because he's a nosy bastard. He's definitely watching your social media. Does that mean he's still interested in the romantic way? I mean, I see the incompatibility here. He's egotistical in a different way. You're more like watch me walk. You want to be like, watch me walk. He wants it to be like, oh, she's so sexy, you know, I could still think about touching on her and doing all this extra shit. Still jack my dick and, you know, all this type of shit. He kind of uses your social media presence as a, you know, a tool. Yeah, he's still thinking about how thick you were. Think about all that. How well-rounded you were. How sexy you were. A lot of physical shit here. Still think about all that. About playing with your body. I think that's a lot of it too, is like, you a little horny. Let's not skip over your fun bits, because I feel like this isn't just a one-sided scenario. Maybe you're not thinking about him, but you're dancing around certain feelings. Now, I feel like since he was the one that you was intimate with more recently, that's kind of the issue. Is that, like, you don't have like a fresh, you gotta start doing like something for yourself. Yeah, look at the card that just came out. Masturbation. You gotta start doing a little something for yourself. You get needy. And not even real gross about it. Just saying, this is what I'm seeing. You get needy. You said no. Well, I mean, even y'all ladies have needs. Even you have needs. You know, you have no personal space. You have needs. And I'm all right, but to be fair, you don't even really have to have casual sex in order to be like physically intimate, right? You could just masturbate and make it interesting in some type of way. You like the R&B type sex, the choreography. Your energy today is on point. Thank you. I mean, to be fair, it's like, I think you say that you don't have the time, right, to talk to nobody. You don't have to. You just focusing completely on yourself. But I think I feel fear there. You know, you're scared. You're scared because you still want to be free. You want to exercise because you don't think that you can exercise your freedom if you get into another relationship. You feel like that's just another restriction for you to have to hop over. You need that skin to skin. Okay, then, I mean, maybe don't quit the dating scene yet. I know you say you don't want casual sex, but your body is speaking other languages. You know, you can ignore it. You can try to do like a little bit of a Mary moment. We'll see. We'll see. We should basically throw him out of here. I mean, you're a pretty patient person for the most part, but like I said, we'll see. We'll see where that goes. And that's understandable. You might not want to be intimate with anyone. It might just be your body calling out and saying, "You gotta do something over here." My mind and my butt. There you go. Yep. I don't think it's too crazy though, as far as like why he's coming up into your shit in the first place. I genuinely just believe that because he was the last person he was intimate with, and he's still thinking about it some type of way. Cause we're just fucking disgusting. I mean, men are kind of gross that way. I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, I can still remember the first person I ever fucked. To be honest with you, not gonna lie. But that's just the way it is, you know. Care for yourself. Masturbation is a part of self-care. And you say you want that skin to skin, so figure out something. Who is this fucking spammer up on my ship? One of his hoes, yeah, but then there lies the problem too, is that you also paying attention to that hoe. Why do you still have that nigga on your shit? Why do you still have him on there? I mean, the friend. Why you still got that little red on there? I don't block people unless they, but you know how like, okay, you just ignore them. But low key, you know when you see, your heart starts racing when you see that his fucking little rat people are up on there. You see how that might be a little bit of a conflict of interest. You like the attention, don't like me. Unless they harass you. Technically, it is energetically harassing. Hey, I agree. Come on now. Right, because they're stalking your page way more than you actually think. Obviously, if you having like intimate dreams and shit, like maybe it's not a pride thing, okay? It's a little bit of an ego thing, saying, you know, if I keep this person on here, he's always going to be able to see me through another person type shit. It's a little bit of salty, a little bit of, you know, hey, like, let me show you this, let me show you that. But at the end of the day, is that fair to you? You still got that nigga fresh on your mind every time you see his little cronies up in there. Like, if you're really trying to forget, then you need to remove all the niggas that is loyal to him, or that you know is stalking. You're betraying your own confidence and dignity. You said, I don't know. Yes, you do. You do. You do. You know. I think I just, okay, if that's what it is, then I suggest that you find something. Doesn't have to be today, doesn't have to be tomorrow. But I think you're going a little bit crazy intimately. Good job. See, I didn't make fun of you. It's almonds. Lightly salted almonds. I want them out of my dreams. Do a little sage something. Do a little sage. And most people do crystals when they're having dreams of people they don't want up in there. It's like clear quartz or rose quartz. If you believe in crystals. I like clear quartz though. I have one sitting right here. I also got this giant piece of fucking glass, sea glass. It's my great grandmother's. Yeah, they say you can't keep sticking in between type shit. It's that in between spiritual and non-spiritual. That's another thing I feel like you could develop, even if you're just trying to distract yourself. You're like, I don't have any time anymore. I got fucking almonds all over my teeth. Distract yourself. I just mean from your home situation. Spirituality is another thing you can also develop. I don't like bullshit. That's what I don't have time for. They said dumb. I like this song. He said, yeah, I can smell the funk on some people and push them away. I feel that. I feel that. But you got options. Remember the old scenario not too long ago, you had plenty of options. You're not stuck to one motherfucker. Hey, Mother Angel. Why do you feel always mentally exhausted? You're depressed. You're depressed. Yeah, you're depressed. You're unhappy. You're depressed. You're not feeling like your best self. You're not feeling involved with your life, with your own life as much as you should be involved with it. You feel like your life's kind of like a zoo now, where I saw something about like, I don't know if it's polyamorous relationship, open relationship, or just like so many people coming in to dictate your relationships. It seems like there's just too many players involved. Like, and that's not like, that's not even the main issue. The main issue is just with you and yourself and what you want. It's not the same as what everybody else wants. You're stuck in indecision. Like, you feel like you can't make a decision right now, even though you can. So it's kind of weird because I feel like you sabotage yourself. It's self-sabotage. And I understand, like, you got depressive issues, you get like little manic episodes and stuff like that. I do too. Like where you just can't sleep. You just can't, you know. So when something is bothering you so much so that you just can't sleep, like that's when you know you gotta like look at the situation, look at it with new eyes. It again, and really see if the situation is for you. And honestly, I feel like you already know what the situation is. Okay, you already know. You already know that it's affecting you in a bad way, making you look bad in some types of ways too. That's what they say. It's making you look bad. You know you want to be done with dealing with this type of situation, this type of drama. So why not be done with it, right? You grown. You grown, living the grown woman experience. You're attractive. You're hot-headed. They say you're hot-headed, but there's nothing wrong with being hot-headed, of course. You could always find somebody through that. I think you need to go into self-care mode big time. Like do something different with your hair, just change everything up. If anything, I feel like you can be quite impulsive, and I feel like that's actually one of your better traits is your impulsivity, because it means you do a lot of things that people don't regularly do, and that's an attractive trait, but that's also like a self-representation trait. And I feel like you stop doing that for another person or for some other people, and that's where I feel like you really need to pick it up. Just do things for you. Color your hair, or do your fucking eyebrows or some shit. Do something wild and untamed just for you and only you. And then with a relationship thing, that needs to be another separate conversation. Like a whole entire separate conversation. Like you can't be dancing around with this shit no more. Like that's taking you into a really deep, dark place. That's making you feel less than. By this point, you want to already be established, but you know that you can't already be established with this type of person or people in your life. So I really want you to look at that too. Just keep in mind, it's like you already know, like I'm telling you something that you already know, and yet you're still not budging on making the decision on it. I know there's feelings involved and there's feelings attached, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you choose someone else's feelings over your own. Okay? What's your sign? Anna, what's your sign? You gotta be real careful with, the type of drama that you invite into your life, just on the basis that you're okay with it. It's like, actually, I don't even want to say you're okay with it. I just want to say you just allow it. You enable it. In a way, it's like, okay, this is it. I'm gonna let it roll. I'm a Leo, of course, a Leo. You can never have too much love in your life. Or so you say. But the most important piece of Leo is how much they love this right here. What happened to that fire-ass Leo ego? Where did that go? Where did your sassy little attitude, you looking all good, feeling good about yourself, giving people back talk, yip, yap, yap. Like, where did that go? Right? Where did your real personality go? Was it dimmed underneath someone's fucking foot? Because if so, that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. You better pick the fucking pace up. Start kicking people's asses and kicking them out your life. Like, you gotta get out of the rabbit hole for real. You're too pretty for that shit. Yeah, they said forget it, nigga, for real. Pick it up. It's obviously still something you're thinking about too, pretty heavy. Like as far as someone kind of disappear for a while, I think we all do that. But when you next time you just want to disappear for a little while, my suggestion is to take a step back from certain people and don't allow them to communicate with you when you are disappearing. You understand? Like, that's very dangerous games to be playing with your mental, because if you want space and you want to be sensitive somewhere, you want to feel safe somewhere, it's just not going to be with this type of person. You got what I mean? Like, it's just not going to be with these types of people who vulture and ravage off you. I feel like people have told you this before, that you shouldn't trust somebody or you just shouldn't trust these people. I feel like someone told you this before, or several different times before. And you've kind of made it out to be like, okay, well, I'm just playing with them. Feeling like you have full control over the situation, even though you don't. And you know that they have shaped you into being something entirely different, something that's not you. So now you need to come back to yourself and say, I'm a fucking Leo. What the fuck am I doing? No. Have you ever heard of a person being able to successfully put a fucking collar on a lion? Right? Have you ever heard of that type of shit? Have you ever tried to put a fucking collar around a lion and put a leash on that bitch? Nope. Exactly, because it doesn't work. At least not for long, before that bitch will chew your fucking face off, right? So, just think about it a little bit. Where'd the badass bitch go? Did you disappear for other people, or did you disappear for yourself? Did people tell you you was doing too much, you was too this, you too that, you got so much feedback on yourself that you just fell away and disappeared? Do you really want to be that weak? Don't let people control who you are, and don't let people control your personality. Don't let people control your love, your affection, who you give it to, who you don't give it to. Your body especially. Your body's the biggest one. People be telling you about your body. Alright, tell them to shut the fuck up. Smack it, bitch. Right? You're good at that. You're good at that. You were once very good at being confident. I don't think you were pretending. Of course. It's going to all hit you like a tidal wave too. I feel like it's coming up in October, mid-October, where everything's going to hit you and you're going to be like, how did I even get here? You might be thinking about it now, but it's even worse in October. You'll be like, how the fuck did I become who I am right now, bro? How did that even happen? Yeah, you feel silly. You'll be alright. You know, where will I be leaving for my trip? Well, time-oriented thing isn't really my thing, because obviously shit happens. You are going to go on the trip for sure. Mid-October, I'm going to say. So this upcoming month, hold on. October what? They said near the full moon or something like that. Either mid-October or mid-November. Because they're talking about the full moon pretty strongly here. It's just more convenient if you go in the middle of the month, I think. I think you have more money to play with. More time to work with as well. That popped up. More time. If you went in the middle. What song is this? They said flapjacks. Who's eating? Y'all motherfuckers didn't give me nothing. I had some fucking omens. Yo, motherfucker. Who be eating fucking pancakes? Or waffles? Damn. Y'all motherfuckers. They're talking about someone going to a very, very highly rated school right now. If you were curious on what school you was going to or whether you would get in, you're going to a very highly rated school. Like I heard Ivy League, so they talking about Harvard, they talk about Cambridge. I'm talking about some very highly rated schools. They also say happy birthday. New sub, cool. Stick around. Stick around. I dreamed I went to Chicago. I could see that. Chicago. Chi-town. Hopefully not. But hopefully the good part of Chicago. There's a couple of different parts there. We bring a lot of talent out of Chicago, to be honest with you. Illinois, I feel like, not respected enough with how much talent pops out of there. I could see you going to a city for sure. They talk about a zoo of people, lots of different fucking people, too many, in fact, clustered. I want to try the food there. I've only been through Chicago, never stopped in. I'd love to though. I'm trying to meet someone there. Trying to meet your nigga. Oh, damn. They said they're fucking armies, bro. Alright, what scenario? What's you doing? You didn't want anything for that scenario? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, well, you're trying to go to different places. You might surprise yourself on who you meet. You might just enjoy your time a little bit more than usual. You might meet someone there. You get to talking. Emilio. Scenario, you did not want another reading. You didn't want nothing else from me. They kept talking about Freddy Krueger. They talk about the Babadook. Don't feed me after midnight. Some creepy ass motherfuckers. Okay, what's up? What's up, scenario? Put on a red dress on it and get you some. Red's your go-to color. Emilio's feelings towards you, Emilio. You talk a lot. That's for damn sure. You talk a lot. You don't take responsibility for your own bullshit. That's what Emilio thinks. You don't take responsibility for the shit that you do. Yeah, you don't take responsibility for the shit that you do. You feel like he don't know you enough. You feel like you need to loosen your grip a little bit because you don't know him enough to be trying to act like this. Yeah, he said loosen your grip because you don't know me like that type of shit. I didn't do nothing. He just has issues, bro. Maybe y'all both got issues. I mean, it ain't too crazy that two people with issues come together. It happen every day. Maybe you got different issues from him and he be blaming you for his and you blaming him for yours. Like, you know, it could just be a matter of differing opinions and, of course, the blame game. Having temper tantrums. But he more or less feel like, you know, you're a little bit too much in a way. Even though that I don't think that that's crazy to hear for you. I think that a lot of the dudes that you'll be dealing with have a whole player system. He has a whole girlfriend was trying to get with me. Oh, there was something there that you entertained. I don't know whether you were doing it for entertainment or whatever it was, but What'd you tell on him? Write on him? Alright, he said. Yeah, if you feel like you didn't need to do all that or be that way, he feel like you gaslit him. Now let me see. Scenario. Can you tell me if he's watching my socials? Yeah, I think he's watching your socials. Yeah, I say he's watching. That's, yep, confirmation again 3 times. So there you go. He's watching your socials. Good luck. Good luck with that nigga. Don't put my government name out there. Baby, they don't even know who I'm talking to. Don't even, next time, don't even respond to it. You know, they like me for my looks. You are correct. He did find you physically attractive. He did only like you for your looks. I thought I was crazy for finding out he had a girlfriend. No, I don't think you're crazy. I just think he's a player, you know. Sometimes man is just good at men and women. There's men and women that do this, but good at multitasking. He said, "I'm okay. You want the cover? Okay." Queen Rare. So I'm afraid if I go independent contractor role, I won't get an apartment. Let's see. Let's see what happens if you go independent contractor. It'll take longer, okay? It'll take longer for you to get an apartment, but you will get an apartment either way. Okay? It'll take a little bit longer. That's what I'm picking up on. You know how I said, like, maybe beginning of next year might be the time where you're going to get an apartment? I think I told you, I can't remember exactly, but I think I said like February or something like that. It might take you a little bit longer, though. In the end, I still see you getting an apartment, though. So, the 9 to 5. Let's see about the 9 to 5. The 9 to 5 for you is pure suffering. It's pure suffering. You know, it would be temporary, but at the same time, it's pure suffering. Okay, it's nutso shit. You say, I gotta get it before the year ends. That baby is growing. I gotta go. Let me see. Okay, so while the 95 would be pure suffering, I do think you would get the apartment faster. Okay. Well, I do think it might be just, I think what it is just annoying work because it's lower than what you're capable of, and you don't like doing things that's lower, that feel filthy. So I would say that you want to get the apartment faster if you went the 95 route. But if you do want to switch over to independent contractor, when you do finally secure the bag and secure your apartment, everything like that later on, you can definitely do that. Okay? I just think it's gonna, they talk about schooling. Do you have to go back to school for anything? Because they talk about school a little bit. Or certification or something. Wow. This side is virtually like my bitch fat. I go to get it on the nails in the week too. She called me daddy. I was looking into certification. I feel like that's the route you're gonna go. Certification. Now, I feel like that's, again, like a little bit of a next year thing. But like I said, you want to be, I see you being multifaceted, like you being able to do several different things at the same time. So I really don't think it's crazy that you go for the cert and maybe go for the 9 to 5 now, just so that you can get the fuck out of there. maybe in marketing and wondering if I should do project management or something. You should. I agree that you should. It'll just further your credentials so that later on it's like you can do anything you fucking want. Like, you legit, I mean, this is going to open up so much more for you. Yeah. They said it's going to have a positive effect. But the first thing that you focus on is get the fuck out of there. So I would say the 9 to 5 would be the better routes, because you would get your shit faster, sooner. Slip the fuck up out of there. I know you're scared. I know you're scared. I can see. Yeah, you're a little scared. But you feel a little bit either. So you're scared, but you're feeling risky. Like, you ready. Like, you're like, I'm getting the. I don't give a flying foot what any of y'all motherfuckers think. I'm out of here. Yeah, I could see that you might even like get like really super emotional too. Like, you're gonna cry and shit the day that you leave, and cry like happy tears. I mean, you'd be like, oh my God, thank the Lord, thank everybody, thank everything. It's gonna be like an acceptance speech almost. That's what I heard, an acceptance speech. Yo, get the fuck up out of there, for real. Yeah, I'm talking about you having to take care of that fucking baby until you get out of there. Remember, there's a lot on the line. There's a lot on the line. Look, the car bailed me out. The car bailed me out. Yup. He said, bitch, I'm out. Please. Save me. You're gonna be out of there, don't you worry. What do you think you're gonna be doing for your 9 to 5? Damn, that was a really weird accent. Your 9 to 5. Your 9 to 5. A little British. Skittish. Alright. GL. Hi, Carolyn. Usually I don't respond when I'm doing readings, only because I don't want to break the immersion. Gotta get in though. I love them, but they crazy. My auntie is mad spiritual. I heard her telling my mom she needs to love me more, and that we have generational curse. Oh shit! Oh, you was overhearing. She's right. Well, you know she's right. I mean, by now you know she's right. It's interesting. What I mean, have you talked to? Do you talk to your auntie a lot? You talk to her a lot? I mean, she probably might do a little tattletale on you. If you did, she had the phone on. I see. Make sure this is diet. Yeah, we got 12. I have to plug this in real quick. You said I don't talk to her at all. She better be fucking not. I mean, I don't think she would. Like, obviously, if she was saying all that supportive stuff, like, you need to love her more, da 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 da. She probably sees what she's doing in the cards, to be honest with you. She probably already see what you're doing. Maneuvering around that bit. You're wriggling out of there. So, I mean, she probably see it, to be fair. I mean, I feel like the only one who doesn't fucking know is your mom. Would you talk to her? Maybe she has like ideas and shit like that. Let's see. I think yeah, they said she might bring a little bit of a positive air to this situation. I think she is a reader. My auntie only calls her anyway. Have you tried texting or anything like that? No, no pressure, no pressure, no pressure. I'm just saying. Yeah, I can see. Hmm. Ah, she dealing with her own thing. I can see here. She got like some weird baby daddy on her ass spiritually or some shit. She got her own little weird storyboard going on here with some fucking psychopath she's in a relationship with or whatever. Good luck to her. But I don't think it would necessarily be a bad idea if you did reach out and maybe say something. Who knows? She might be the only person who can calm your mother down. I don't think so, actually, but. Does she live her best life? Yeah, she be doing something up in there. I was trying to see her reaction to if you did chat with her or whatever. I could only see positivity. But like I said, in the background of her life, she got a lot going on. Let's put it that way. A lot. Your mama cougar, Martha Stewart. Oh my God. Never even calling her out. My mom hates criticism. I know she was mad. Is that why she didn't say anything? She just went silent. She like, like a banana. Sourpuss. Let me get this on. She didn't even come talk to me. That's how I know she was mad. She held it inside. Maybe it was her thinking. Maybe she was thinking. Yeah, no, she was probably pissed off. Yeah, she was like, this bitch a retard. Oh no, not the fucking guilt tripping thing. I dealt with that in my life too. That type of shit is so fucking toxic. That's why you know, at some points you're just like, I just won't say anything at all. Fade in the background. He was like creeping around. He like listening to the conversation. Like, yup. I could feel her eyes rolling internally. You probably hear that shit. Heavy on the guilt trip. Oh my God, that shit used to make me so fucking mad. Only way I got out of that type of situation, literally with my therapy, of course, and leaving temporarily. Trying to find a way out, just like you're doing now. Scattered. I hope she doesn't find you. Trying to find a rainbow. Jesus. You're gonna find it though. You know, I see success in your situation. I don't think your auntie would. Like I said, your auntie's a really free person compared to your mom. I mean, very free. Very free. To the extent where I feel like she gets what you're going through right now, the controlling this. She just deals with it in a different way. She has controlling relationships. So she gets it. It's carried over to her as well, the generational curse or whatever. But to be fair, I don't think she would give you up like that. She knows how your mom will react. She knows your mom too well in that way. Plus, I don't think she would go against you like that, especially if you're sharing something so intimate. Yeah, no. Has issues. She always try to give my mom pointers. I mean, honestly, I'm not going to say the situation you're dealing with right now is any better. But I will say it's a couple of different issues going on. It's like the opposite of what your mom... I wouldn't say it's the opposite in closeness. I'd say it's a similar reaction, but your auntie did it in a different way. Gave her too much freedom and then try to reel it in. And then trying to give other people pointers. I can see how that might piss your mom off a little bit. But your mom needed a pointer from a therapist. She don't need pointers from someone who made similar mistakes, you know, in a different way. I remember a while back she told me not to let them pressure me into anything and to continue on with makeup. Yeah. Because that's what a real support does. They're supportive of all your dreams. Oh, well, yeah. So to me, I feel like she took it the opposite way that your mom did. Gave way too much freedom, and then her daughter ended up going into a whole entire situation, and so did she. I feel like her relationship, it's a whole family dynamic. Generational curses are so wild because it can take so much time to break away from it, and I don't think that, I think majority of the time nobody does, you know. You are, in this aspect, you are one of the only hopes type shit. It's like so rare. It has to start with just one person with one different idea and one different path, and not wanting to repeat the same mistakes, so you do all of the work, which means actively going in and out of therapy, you know, whenever you're comfortable with it. It's a lot of work. And then people make the mistakes of doing the work after they have a child. You do that shit before you have a fucking kid, bro. Before you have a kid. Because that shit gets so easily passed on. That's why people call it a curse in quotation marks. It's not a curse. It's a mindset and a way of thinking and a way of dealing with trauma that is toxic and negative. Therapy helps when my therapist get on my nerves now. How so? How so? And that's something that I dealt with too, and hence why I'm not in therapy currently. But I will go back later. I kind of want to try a dude in therapy. I've just been curious how different the approach is. Remember, everything that not everything. Like your anxiety, I would say, is genetic, but I mean, I'm not a fucking doctor, obviously. I'd say some of your anxiety is genetic, but most of all, a lot of the things that you deal with currently right now are on the basis of your, like, nurturing. There wasn't, let's just say, not enough nurturing. How can I cope with being here? She's like, you have to deal with it until you're out of the house. You need to find a job. Like, what the fuck? That's not really helpful at all. That's not really helpful advice. Like, that's what you've been doing. But, I mean, the most helpful advice that I could give you, to be honest with you, is distractions that have a positive effect on your mental. So, like, obviously, the aspect of going out and just serial dating everybody and fucking around and talking, that's not really helpful to you on that level. I would say the most helpful things are, like, make sure you get outside the house and get a little sun. Make sure you take your walks. Make sure you're, like, kind of dancing around the house as much as possible so you don't have to run into those awkward communications and conversations that make you feel, you know, disrespected and disoriented from your life type shit. Like, just make it so that you are out there doing positive things outside the house, because it's clearly not a safe space for you, and it's never going to become one. You know, it is like a work with what you got type of situation, but deal with it until you're outside of the house. Snatch her up by the dreads. Well, even you know that that's, but like, even you know that what she's saying is like doo-doo. Like, that's doo-doo advice. That's not advice at all. In fact, you know that you're supposed to do that. You've been knowing that, and that's what you've been working on. So it's just filling in the time, making time go faster by treating yourself with positive things as much as you possibly can. Positive things, self-care, you know, even if it is a little bit of sex, a little bit of drama, or whatever. Just make sure that you're prioritizing yourself overall. Requires a lot of fucking patience. You do have it since you've been waiting all this motherfucking time. Clearly you've shown you got it, but now that you kind of like could taste the freedom, that's when it becomes super frustrating, super scary, and then you risk giving yourself up to, you know, the big mama type shit. Currently fasting, I think this will help a lot. Just be careful with it. I know you are, but definitely, like, cleansing your fucking body will make you feel so much better. I gotta fucking fast off of caffeine again. Caffeine and cigarettes and vape. I'm just gotta clear out. That's a good idea. They say, you wonder why they call you bitch. You wonder why they call you bitch. Bitch. Wonder why they call you bitch. It's time to game, but your money hungry when you need to change. Lion's mane. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Lion's mane. That's a good substitute. What is that? I've tried blue lotus before. I've tried poppy seed, orange poppy. It makes you have crazy extremes, but that shit put me out like a light. I'm not gonna lie to you. It also cleaned me up. I was like, damn, like, I'm about to fall asleep and never wake up if y'all give me too much of this shit. I'm sorry for waking you up, Stubby. I bet you. You wonder why they call you bitch. You wonder why they call you bitch. I bet you. You wonder why they call you bitch. You wonder why they call you bitch. I bet you. Made from a mushroom. It helps you focus, clears up your brain fog, gives you energy. Never. Damn. Hold on. Let me do a little research. Lion's mane. I'll be on until 9:30, I think. Just see if anyone else wants to pull through with any questions. Okay, lion's mane. Shrooms, premium shrooms. Okay. Oh, you gotta be careful up in this hole. May increase the production of testosterone. You don't want to grow a beard out of this bitch. I see what happens to the gym rats. Hold up. All right. Good sound wave first. Like I said, I promised that we'd be on until 9:30, so that's why we're gonna stop. reminds me of hot cocoa. Okay, damn. Okay, you caught me. You caught me. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it. I have to now. I'm obsessed with hot cocoa during this type of season because it's chilling. A little hot cocoa. Hot cacao. It better taste like that too. I'm gonna be mad if it tastes like shit. I'll mix it with something probably. Damn. I'm still fucking like my muscles fatigue right now. I've been working out super fucking hard just because I've been trying to get out this, you know, because the weather's changing now. You get into the seasonal depression piece, and I ain't trying to feel depressed. I'm just trying to work through it. Because you know my depression just is me working. That's my depression. Working too much. I started my scary movie watch-a-thon. What you watch first? What you watch? I gotta start mine too. A little bit of Silence of the Lambs. One of my favorite movies in the world. Obviously. Jeepers Creepers 2. Okay, you alright. Alright. That's a start. That's a start. A new scary movie coming out in 2 weeks called what? Okay. Hold on. Let me look that one up too. Alright. Maybe I'll go to the fucking theater and watch that shit. I've been waiting for a movie to come out in theater that was actually worth seeing. You said Smile. Is it gonna be on Netflix or what? Okay, I see it. Uh-oh. They say okay, I see it. In theater except okay, I'll go and watch. Damn. Some trailer on Twitter. I'm gonna watch too. Hold on. Damn. I gotta keep looking out for fucking movies because I always somehow forget about the theater. See, yeah, she do look a little creepy. These people do look a little creepy. White people who smile do look kind of just a little bit creepy. Okay. Yeah, she's suffering a fucking major mental breakdown and shit. I wonder if it's like it is psychological horror, which I like. I think the main character looked like she got agoraphobia or something. Not sure if I plan to see this or not, but this is probably one of the best horror movie trailers I've seen. It's so unsettling, really keeps you on edge. I gotta watch that again with the fucking music. This will either be accidentally hilarious or genuinely terrifying. Someone's saying, you know, this looks like an uplifting movie, so wholesome. We need more smiles in the world. She gonna bend down and be grinning. Then what happened? And my heart left me. Okay, I gotta watch that then. All right. What other movies are coming out? You said this lady has swings to her stomach. I was like, yup, I'm seeing it. I want to see. Oh my god, I love fucking October, babe. I love October. Movies. Venus something. Hold on. What did it say? Venus Sesquihonra natal Neptune starts today. Artistic inspiration. No wonder I'm feeling too fucking energetic. Oh god. What is this? We got some horrible ones too. Smile looks like the most anticipated one. Oh shit. No, they're not doing that. Wait. Is that a remake? Oh hell no. Nanny, MK Ultra. Let's see that one. I love shit like that too, the weird science shit. MK Ultra, Hellraiser, of course. The remake of Hellraiser. Interesting. The Visitor. Didn't they already make it? Is that the same Visitor with the old motherfuckers? Yo. Me too. I'm very excited. Do you dress up for Halloween? Yeah, I do. I go to a lot of parties. Usually. I don't know if I'm going to do that this year. I might just go with a little group to the cemetery and do a little spooky season. My sister told me about you. She said you're the best. Who's your sister? Who's your sister? I'm gonna watch that movie where the old lady is like, your baby is gonna burn. Channeling through. Halloween is by far my favorite holiday, and Thanksgiving. Me too. I'm the same way. All right, we get the best of both worlds during this. Miss Tarita, okay, that's your sister. Are you her Aquarius sister? You're the Aquarius, right? It's an elite combo. Oh my god. I'm just thinking about it right now. Thanksgiving is so fucking good. I make the best Thanksgiving ever. I don't give a fuck what anybody said. I hate when people say turkey is dry, because that's not true unless you cook it fucking wrong, bitch. You gotta watch the turkey and baste it. You gotta put a little butter up in that bitch. My lips already. Whatever. We're both Virgos. Okay. I've heard a lot about the Aquarius. Making me hungry just thinking about it. Yeah, poke some fucking forest. Put the fucking temperature gauge in there. Like, you gotta make it correct. I do all the seasonings on the outside. I make sure that whole bitch is so crisp and so like just moist to crunch into. Oh my god, it's so good. And then the stuffing I do in the turkey and outside of the turkey as well. Do a little sausage, raised stuffing. Oh. Coming off watering, literally. You know, like the corner of my mouth, spittle and shit. And Halloween for me, I really love too. Mostly because as we hit Halloween, it's just so, the energy gets so weird. I think like a portal or something happens. Shit is wild. How much are the readings? Check out down below in the description. I have all little prices and shit. I love dressing up. To be honest with you, I do too. I like the labor of it, to be honest with you. I like just, you know what I do? It's my excuse for buying like things I would actually just genuinely wear every day. That's why I've been trying to pick up the blue fur coat type shit. And I'm like, yo, I need something. I need something. I would do, I already know what I want to do. I love scary shit. Y'all already know. But I don't know if I'm going to do, I'd love to do something to do with zombies. Fufu. Is Fufu a pet dog? Is Fufu a pet dog? Like, that's how I make my dressing with the Jimmy Dean's. Yup. Did she know? She got it. She got it. The Jimmy Dean sausage. She got it. And you're a cooker. That's how I know I'm doing it right there. That's how I know I'm doing it right. That's, ooh, you know, I feel a little bit better. I don't see the list. There should be a list of prices down below. Chippy sausage. It's an African food. Fufu. It's like a dough. It's African food I want to try. I've never had it. I've never had it. We do not have any African-based restaurant. We have a Jamaican restaurant near here. We do not have any African-based. I love jollof rice too. I love jollof rice too. Yeah, she all over this shit I love too. She all over this shit that I love. You know I love me some rice. Jollof rice. Damn. My kids love it and know how to make. I gotta learn. Cause my whole life I've just been doing all the Sicilian recipes. African food I wanted to dabble into, but I've been more afraid of doing that. But I am good at meats. I'm very good at making soups and stew. I'm very good at all that. So Italian food is by far my favorite. I'm more of a fan of like Indian food and Thai food. Thai food to me is super good. I grew up eating Jamaican food and so yeah, seafood. For me, it was with the white folk. It was everything non-seasoned until I started cooking for myself, because they got high blood pressure up in this bitch. My phone hacked, so they made okay. I can replay it though. Okay, that's fine. I don't cook it. You said I don't cook it and don't eat it. My kids love it. Thai is probably my second in Mexican. I love Mexican food too. Mexican food is probably near closest to the #1 though. Just because everybody in the family love Mexican food. And then Italian food, of course, second. Because I've made everything. I've made the spaghetti, the fucking, what are those balls called? The cheese balls there. With the rice. God damn. Those were good though. Those are really good. Y'all want me to eat? Of course we do. Yeah, where's my motherfucking, where's my food? Where's my food? Where's my fucking food? It says, all I want, y'all, if you could pay me in food, I would take that. I would just take that. That's it. For me, that's it. That's all. It ends at that, y'all. If you always just pay me in food, I love you. I would fall in love. I swear to you. My God, I am such a foodie. I love food. I can make the Jamaican food. I fuck with it. I'm really good at making Mexican food. Really good at making Italian food. And we don't even have any Latin people in our family, to be honest with you. Sushi is bomb. Sushi is bomb when it's made correctly. What I can't stand is people who say they like sushi but eat California rolls. Like, that's not sushi. Japanese food. Oh, hell yeah. Churros! Oh shit, churros hit me. I love churros. I've made churros probably once or twice, and I think both times they kind of fallen through, but I'm good at making the chocolate sauce. He said, I've had the best sushi in Alaska. I bet you that shit is good too. Churros are so fucking good though. Like when they're done right. This is what I get for being friends with so many Mexican ladies friends, like Mexican ladies. Growing up, all I got was food and food and food. So my palate was already like, oh God. So good. I want to try more Japanese food, but I know they use a lot of fermented shit, and that's the shit that goes like right through my gut. I want to try. We're gonna ramen place in town. We have all the Asian places here. We have Thai food. We have several different Chinese joints. I believe we have. Well, we have Indian food. We got Japanese food in the city over, but we're getting Japanese food here now. Little ramen. Little ramen. Red velvet. That Ivory, you are right. I mean, you are right there. You are right there. Oh my God, you are right there. I love California rolls. It's just not real sushi to me. But the red velvet. So my birthday, literally, all I eat is red velvet. Red velvet cake. I don't give a fuck. Red velvet for me is. What's the okay? What's y'all's special ingredient in red velvet? Red velvet with cream cheese is the best. I mean, that's for me. That is my prime cake. I don't give a fuck. That's all day, every day. That's what I love. What's your special little doodad that you put up in the red velvet cake? Yeah, I'll tell you what mine is. You said my foot. What you mean? A little pecan, y'all, a little crunch in there. Okay. Yep. Okay. She just said ebony, so I was like confused for a second, but ebony's a chain. Bavarian cream. Oh my God. That's what I put on top is ebony. For me, I do a little bit of coffee. Anyone else do coffee? Do a little bit of coffee in the cake, and also do a little coffee on top of the cake. I'm a coffee lover. I love coffee. Damn girl, you put your foot in this cake. A little bit of coffee. Coffee actually makes it super like. I think it lightens it up a little bit. Coffee, and then of course vinegar, but coffee. You could taste it. It's like barely a taste, but you can still taste it. You know, it's so good. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Cold coffee, yo, you foreign for real. I mean, it's Southern roots. It's Southern roots. I also like for me, I don't like a super thick cream cheese. So I like to whip it. You know, just make it into a little whipped cream type style. And then you could layer it. You can put several different layers on top. And then it's like, you got this cake that's like this big. Obviously, nobody's going to finish that shit. But I'll sit there and eat like at least 3 pieces on my birthday. And then I'll save the rest for another day, another dollar. And I'll give it away to people too. I'm like, I have so much fucking red velvet cake, I don't know what to do with it. Blue velvet too. I would fuck with, yo, I gotta do blue velvet. I gotta do blue velvet. Yeah, I do. I gotta do a little blue velvet moment. I could definitely eat a whole cake. I wish my stomach could do that. See, this is the thing. I have a dog stomach, but at the same time, like, anything dairy, it just, and I'm not irritable bowel, bro. I just can't have too much dairy. It breaks me the fuck out. Like, my reaction is not like shit my knickers. It's my face ends up a fucking battleground for World War III and shit. That's my problem. It's like my face ends up just, I'm like, oh. Homemade donuts are super fucking good too. He loves it. Red velvet cake, he still have half a tray. Oh my God. Talenti. I try to think of other foods I could throw out there. I'm not a really big fish eater, to be honest with you. Even with crab and lobster, like, even though a lot of people are crazy about their foods, I'm not a really big eater of that. I love crab cakes, mint pistachio. Oh, you're weird. You're weird. I like pistachios too, but you're weird as fuck. Most people hate pistachios. So, what do you mean sweet potato pie? I love it. I love it. Y'all get me crazy. Y'all get me crazy. I love sweet potato pie. I love sweet potato anything. Sweet potato is the best. Oh my god. Sweet potato pie during Thanksgiving. That's my favorite. I hate pumpkin pie. You could not serve me a pumpkin pie that I would like. I've never had a pumpkin pie I like. Y'all ever had pumpkin roll? Where it's just like a super thin slice of cake with a special little creme de la creme up in there, and then you roll it up, you cut it down, it look like kind of like a cinnamon roll type deal. He said, "I'm Queen Rare, what you expect?" I'm gonna boot you up here, Queen Rare. Sweet potato fries are the fucking. I love anything sweet potato though. I was not a big fan when I was a kid. I just fuss over anything that looked weird, but I ended up really liking it. Not a really big fan of squash, but if it has enough, a little salt, a little seasoning, a little butter in there, it's alright. It's just not sweet enough. You know, it's that balance in the Thanksgiving meal, but I'm not going to eat it anywhere else. Pumpkin pie is the next. Thank you. A lot of people are like, "Are you fucking crazy? I love the pumpkin." I'm like, "Bitch, are you crazy?" Like that, bitch. That whole cake tastes like a fucking tastes like gelatin with a fucking crust on it. The crust is disgusting. I hate the crust of pumpkin pie. I hate it unless it's made with like graham cracker crust or something sweet. I love how we just all talk about food right now. It's my favorite. My dreams and shit. My dreams. Anything minty, I'm a pretty big fan of, like minty lamb meat. It's pretty good. But people who eat pumpkin pie, I'm just like, you're a monster. You're a fucking monster. Especially if you eat the fucking the extra on there, the little extra crust, you a fucking monster. I don't believe you like it. I'm not. Listen, what y'all know, you have to put on the whipped cream though. So anytime I actually have to eat it, where I feel obligated to because someone either made me something or whatever, I'm just like, let me just go through the whole thing in whipped cream. Just a lot of strawberries too. Just go. But I put other fruit on there in order to like blend out the taste of the shitty pie. I'm sure it's better fresh. Pumpkin rolls are good. I don't see how much is 2 questions. So I don't even remember my own prices. So 1 question plus clarity is $10. And we do spend a lot of time clarifying, getting things through, just so you understand. I think that everyone that's been in here before can account for how detailed the readings are. Pumpkin rolls are so fucking good though, babe. Oh my god. Oh my god. Put little chocolate chips up in the little. Oof. He said, as we talking about all this food, I changed my diet and I no longer eat those things. Well, listen, I'm trying to change my diet too, but I just cannot ignore Thanksgiving. I can't ignore, like, for October I do a lot of cupcakes and shit. No, the list is not long. In fact, I don't even really do the list scenario. I just bounce back and forth between the people I want to read in the moment. I'm that type. I don't even really do a list. Of course, I'll look over to see what's going on at CASHAPP and shit, but... So, Jill, I see. Jill, you sent me... Ooh. Oh my god, all of y'all is just making me so fucking hungry. I gotta stop looming over. This camera make me look like I'm like Hunchback of Notre Dame. Does pumpkin spice latte actually taste like pumpkin spice to anybody? Please don't remind me the holidays are coming. Do you not like holidays, or do you not like the fact that you can't eat the food? I'm thinking right now. First of all, I love the biggest reason why I love dressing up for Halloween is because one, I get a reason to be super duper fucking extra. You know, like expensive shit. I love wearing all my little, you know, everything I buy for the sake of Halloween, they say. Even though it's just like outfits I would literally wear every single day type shit. It's my excuse for spending way too much money. You have a good day too, Queen Rare. You have a good one. Have a good day. She said the temptation of food. Pumpkin spice kind of make my stomach churn a little bit. I think it's just a reminder of pumpkin pie. They doing this road over out here, so if anything starts fucking shaking around or whatever, it's because these motherfuckers out here, like the ass crack of the morning, they gotta be out here at like 5 a.m. I mean, it's 9 now, but they've been working on this shit. She said curtsy ass. Get your ass out of here. I can shake my whole entire room right now. Wow. Alright. Reading time. Jill, you still here? I said, look, booty call. Jill, you still here? I want to do like zombie and mixed with something else. Like if I could do zombie mixed with like, she said stop. Don't read, don't hold back. It's probably two. I got you. You know I got you. You know I got you. Whenever have I ever let you down? Zombie with. I was thinking about zombie with cowboy a little bit because I'm like the cowboy. But then I was like, come on, you gotta know the history. Y'all know the history of that shit. Or like I could do like zombie skinwalker, something interesting. So I know I want to do something crazy and interesting. I might do skinwalker. That'd be cool. But there's always crazy ass parties during the day. Y'all know me, y'all. I be going up in there. Everybody be looking. They're like, what the fuck is that? I gotta go best dressed, spend the most money, brag about it. I'll tell all my friends. I'm playing. I just do it for myself, honestly. It's cool as fuck. Get some like blackout contacts. Yeah, I can see it now. Zombie skinwalker. I've been watching too much Face Off. Thinking I could do SFX and shit. Bitch coming out looking like Pinocchio. We're gonna start with general for you because I already see some interesting energy. Your temper, there's a little bit of temper here. There's a little bit of feeling super vulnerable right now, which I understand. You know, it's like I think that you want to be able to express to people how you feel, but it's really, really hard right now. Well, one could be the biggest reason why is because you don't trust people. You don't trust them, Jill. You don't trust them. You know, you just don't. You can't trust them. You can't trust them. Yeah, they talk about the language barrier. You just like every time you speak to someone, you feel like it's slighted in some type of way. That might be true. You know, that might be true. To be honest with you, people might slight you. People might talk down to you. You know, people might look at you like you're a clown, like you're crazy, whatever. But to me, I feel like you're more average, not even average. Just you're just more sane than they are. To be fair, you know. And I know I said I go in hard on you, but let's start with the good things first. You have a certain way about you where it kind of feels like you're interrogating people. I think a lot of people take this as like, you know, you're trying to insult them, belittle, like dick fight with them, that sort of thing. But I genuinely feel like you have toned that down quite a bit more recently. You're trying to go steady. They're trying to look for answers in a more like sneaky way, or like, sneaky is like the wrong word for it, but it's more like you're careful. You're definitely careful. I feel like that carefulness only lasted a little bit because you ended up finding something. You ended up finding some shit. Okay. You ended up discovering something that really pissed you off, made you crack. Because I genuinely feel like you're kind of like they say you're a slave to a certain feeling. I feel like you're a slave to love in some aspects. You really want to be positive about something that you just can't be positive about the way someone's treating you. Could be also family as well. Keep in mind. Roles can be reversed. I heard you're trying to forgive someone for stealing from you. Is that what's going on, Jill? You're trying to forgive someone for stealing from you? It's something weird like that. It's something like edgy, like someone was doing something, yeah, possibly stealing from you or taking from you in some type of aspect, trying to. Someone try to steal from you? Because I can see it here. You're trying to forgive them, but it's like so hard because you're just a brutally honest gal. And when people slight you like this, it's like forever. It's stuck in your mind forever. It's there. Like you can't remove it. Is it a bad thing that you can't forget that what somebody did for you, or not for you, to you? I don't think so. I think it's perfectly okay to hold something against someone who has yet to prove themselves. Okay? I don't think that's a bad thing. I just don't. To me, it's like you work through all of these emotions and all of these things to get up to a point where you can even speak to this person or socialize with certain people. And I feel like this is as much as you can give to the situation. Okay? Like the amount of attitude and everything you've been given. I feel like this is as much as you can give to the situation currently. Okay? You forgive, but you certainly don't forget. Right? Kyla? Is that your name? Kyla? Hi. Make sure you read the description. I'll be with the rest of the chat in a little bit. I'm just doing a reading now. So, I see physical altercation here. I see emotional instability, whether it's on your end or someone else's end. I feel like, to be honest, it's a fair share of both. You're confused, you're scared, you're saying like, I don't know what to do anymore. Do I have to be, should I force myself to be someone I'm not? Should I force myself to sit through this type of situation again? Should I, yep, Jill, I saw it. Should I go back and apologize? Should I crush the roaches? That's what I heard. Crush the roaches. Good look. Roaches. Here's the thing. I don't think you have an attachment to this place you're living currently. Okay? I think you worked hard for it, but I don't think you have an attachment. I do think you feel quite trapped in the current position that you're in. Okay? And the only way out of feeling this like constant discomfort and fear and just look, gang right there, is to remove yourself from this situation. Whether it's move physically or not move down the street. It means like pick up your shit and go. That's kind of the only thing that you can do, in the current situation that you're in. You still feel I don't think you feel necessarily a strong connection. I think it's just like, what has bound you is definitely the trauma. Absolutely. That's the trauma that has bound you. Been trying for 3 years. And I think, Jill, you give yourself the amount of excuses that you give yourself to not go ahead and do this is endless. I know you have other obligations, other responsibilities. I know you have to survive and fight for yourself. I know that. I understand that, right? I understand the focus on, making sure you survive day to day, But the problem doesn't necessarily it doesn't lie in your responsibilities. It lies in like your self-worth. You know, how much are you willing to sacrifice and risk it to get to a place that is a safe haven? How much are you able to like push yourself? You know, that's basically what I'm trying to say. Because you can't stay seated in this position any longer. You know, this is like to the point where your mental is starting to deteriorate a lot more than what you started out with, right? You built yourself up and now it's all breaking down because of these people. I know the surveillance thing, I know the crazy shit, you know. But that's something you can't even take into consideration anymore. You just have to go. You just have to go. You gotta go. It's all, you know, it's in your mind, but at the same time, like, I know you're hyper aware of everything that's going on around you. You know people are watching you. You know all that type of shit. I can see it here. It's real. I'm going to tell you it's real. And I'm only going to tell you that not to enable you to feed into the type of behavior of fear, but to tell you that you have survived this long. Okay, you said for 3 years you've been doing the same shit. You have survived this long. That means you can push through to the next level. Right? If you survive for 3 years now, right? You push through this much, you can push through to the next level too. You don't have to drop yourself off and just, you know, it's like you've been completely blown out of the water by this situation. It's shocking. It's depressing. The violence, the, you know, insanity, the emotions, getting sober through, there's something about sobering up, maybe finally seeing someone's behavior, right? It's very difficult to deal with alone. And I know you don't trust anybody right now. I don't know you don't want to allow anyone into your energy right now. But the least that you could do for yourself is, if you want to, only if you want to, seek out a little bit of help. Okay? I would say, like, if you go not in a local area, but more or less like to yourself, where you could be on your phone and stuff like that, if, whether it's like BetterHelp or some shit like that, you know, they got tons of like online apps or whatever that where you can feel safe possibly while speaking to somebody. That's what I suggest. Okay, if anything, just to make yourself feel a little bit better about forcing a move or pushing yourself to the next level. Because I know you can't do it, and I know you're capable of doing it. I just think there's a lot of like mental things that tie you up. Okay, you say phone's hacked, can't do anything, but thank you. I would try. Okay, I would just, you know, out of curiosity, BetterHelp, you get like a different therapist. I think you get like a different therapist every time, or you match with one. It's just like, you know, it is what it is. I don't think it you know, requires much technical work or anything like that. I think you'd be fine. Okay. Now, you got to push through, though. You seriously have to get your shit together. You have to save. You got to make it through this battle. I mean, you kind of already have, to be honest with you. You kind of already have. You've already made it through the battle. It's the mental battle that destroys you the most. And of course, people still fucking around with your mental, around you. Extreme emotions, definitely. Financially, let me check out your finances. You're super positive about your finances, though. Like, I see it here. Like, you know what's going on with your finances. I think you've been watching super closely, making sure nothing leaves or your account without your knowledge, making sure you make the right calls. And that's where I would say, like, do more research on finding a different place to live. Is what I would do. Do a lot more research on that aspect. Yup. Because you got some money saved back here. Or you're trying to. I can see you in the next couple of months trying to save back. They say you're going to have enough money to move here. For sure. It's just based on whether you want to move forward or not. Or you want to stay in this position. You gotta push it. They said push it to live it. Yup. No more fighting for this connection to be safe and sound again, because it's never gonna be safe. He's already bet the boundaries. Already
you know, basically killed everything inside of you that could have been love towards that particular person. I mean, I already killed everything inside of you. You don't need to redo that type of situation. You don't need that again. That's an ugly ass person, and he need to keep his ugly ass away from you. You need to keep your pretty ass away from him. You need to boost yourself up a little bit, even if it takes, like, you know, just changing the way you dress or the way you wear your hair. Like, if you want to do like a little undercover spy type shit, this, you know, do a little undercover spy type shit. Whatever makes you just feel more sheltered and secure in yourself. Remember, your home is not where your house is. It's not your phone. It's not your credit card. It's not none of that shit. Even though some do play a large part, right? At the end of the day, you are. You are where your home is. You are. So you have to feel comfortable in yourself to move on ahead without this person. Okay? You are your home. And that's what I gotta say. You are your home. It does not take a man. It doesn't take a woman, another woman. It doesn't take a family. It doesn't take any of that shit to tell you where home is, because it's right where you're at. These people are just evil. I know that. I see that. It's torture, right? It's torture. But you've been in prison for way too long, and I can feel the crazy reaping out of you type shit where you about to lash out. You're about to lash the fuck out. I know you got it. It might even be to the point where you just like leave and never say anything to anyone, and that would be the safest bet, honestly, is to leave and never say anything to anyone. Of course, you know, the little stalkers and shit like that, but by that point, you've already broken away from that energy that you're living in currently right now in this current location. So that's what I'm saying. It's the energy now. It's the energy. It's the feeling of eyes on you. It's the disgust, the physical disgust. It's all of that shit. So I'm saying, when you get the fuck out of there, you should definitely 1000% celebrate. Celebrate. Because you will no longer be under that shit. I've never heard that one before. You are your home. I think I'm not sure. I'm not necessarily sure who taught me that. I think it was me who taught me that. I'm tired. I know you are, sweetie. I know you are. But I know you still got some fight left in you. You wouldn't be all, you know, zazzed up and shit, ready to get the fuck out of there. No attachments. Cut them all off. Every single one of them. Whoever's attached to them, all of it. Everybody in that location, I would just cut them all off and leave. I think we don't really think a lot about. I think it's depression, babe. Jill, I think it's depression. Depression, right, is what makes you unmotivated and exhaustion. Don't give him enough credit to say he do, you know, crazy black magic. He's not a shaman, okay? He's not like a fucking shaman, rain stick fucking chief out in this bitch. Like, he's not a fucking old school Native American. Like, he's a pig, okay? And pigs, they eat and eat and eat and chew your energy up. They roll in it. They bask in it. They bask in the undivided terror they can give you. But every time you say you fear something and that you scare, every time you feel, every time that you say that, you know, something is really affecting you, I think you should be aware of how you're affecting yourself when you say that. When you know, put that type of shit out there. You might be exhausted and unmotivated now, but just wait until you drop out of that fucking depression and kick yourself in the ass. And say, I'm no longer going to put up with all this unexciting, you know, unbelievable bullshit. He can do whatever the fuck he can fucking put his witch's fingers up his ass. It doesn't matter what he tries to do to you. You're protected. You're so sheltered. You built such a wall around yourself that it's unimaginable. And your walls and everything that you're feeling right now will not come off. Like, it's like a fucking tattoo. It's like a sticker. Only way you can remove that shit is by moving location. Okay? I'm gonna burn a little bay leaf for you. Good for Money, good for inspiration. You got it. It doesn't matter what kind of intention of word he got, baby. You're stronger than words. You're stronger than words. You're stronger than someone else's intentions. You're stronger than words, for sure. Fuck words. He killed you inside. Don't let him kill you outside, though. Of course. Yeah, they say can't die. Right there. He's trying, but God, right? He can try, but he can't break you. You're gonna break my soul. Beyonce. You're gonna break my soul. You know, I've only heard that song once, and that shit stuck with me. Beyonce. You're gonna break my soul. It's so hard to detach from those feelings, though. But you don't need him. You don't need none of that shit. You don't need him to survive. You don't need none of those people. None of that situation, none of that energy. None of that shit. You don't need that shit. No. The only person you need it from the beginning and all the way until the end is yourself. Remember that one, y'all. We go into the world alone, we die out this bitch alone. At the end of the day, whoever's standing by the bedside, whatever. We got another journey to go on. We got another fucking job to do. Not a Beyonce fan, but that song. I just think Beyonce is sexy. Ever since I was young, I always had the biggest fucking crush on her. And so when I heard that song, I was like, there she is. She popping back. She had a baby. She got cheated on a couple of 10 times and shit by her ugly boyfriend or husband. My bad, her husband. But goddamn, she still look literally the same. So loved and can't wait to be there again. And you will. You will. Starts with you. Starts with you. You've lost a lot through this, but you haven't lost your love. I know you have. Your emotions wouldn't bleed out so much if you didn't have love. Damn. I want to go on a cruise, y'all. I want to go on a cruise. A little Italy, a little France, a little bonjour. Sarah. Course, Jim. I love those ratings. The ones that get you a little in the heart, the chest piece. I'm gonna post more content. What type of readings y'all want to see? You have a good day too, sweetie. What type of reading? Y'all want to see more like what's stopping your money flow, your cash flow, as far as like the collective readings. What's stopping cash flow? What's stopping love? Yeah, I think I'll do that. What's stopping your progress readings? Or like progress report readings. That'd be cool to do. That shit just came in my mind. Usually I get so stuck on like, what do I want to do? And then I just read, come up with a title. But if I do like progress reports, what's stopping you from moving on? What's stopping you from doing this? What's stopping you? I would do that. Who's hiding da 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 da? You know, who's hiding this? Who's hiding that? Yep, there it is. Who's really in control? There it is. I'm gonna what? I need a fucking piece of paper. Hold on. Let me grab a piece of paper to write that down so I don't forget it. You know, my ADHD ass. All right, babe. Thank you. Yeah. I want to do more live collective readings. It's just hard for me to find the time to do that. And I want to do them outside because I think outside would be a dope ass energy to go into. It's just like the little shorts that I do. Let's see. What's stopping your cash flow? Spiritual journey, because I know there's a lot of people being spiritually attacked right now. Spiritual journey. Also, thank you, Shannon. What steps are needed here? Steps. Healing and progression. I gotta get out there probably before it starts raining again. I wanted to film a couple of videos for the channel. They get to work on the other shit. Cool. Anything else y'all want to hear about? Let's see. Oh yeah. Who's betraying you? I feel like most of that would be you're betraying yourself. Who's betraying you right now? Sneaky behavior. Sneaky. Thank you, Shirley. Gotta read the description and not spam the chat with your question. Ooh, I want to do dream meetings too. That'd be a really cool collective to do dream meetings. See if we all had the same dreams type shit. Dream meetings would be super fucking cool. We'll pick up on different animals and shit that are in your dreams. Dream meetings. What does spirit want from you? Come up with titles later. What does spirit want from you? I used to do it where I did the titles first, and then when I did film collectively just live, it'd be like right on point with that shit. I wouldn't even remember the fucking title. I don't ever really dream of animals. Interesting. I dream of a lot of humans, most of which I've never seen before. Even in my dreams, I'm not even myself. I think it's because I dream of a lot of world events. Like I said, I wanted to do a little thing where I talk about world events that I see in my dreams because I write them all down. I don't think I'm ready for that yet, though. The extremism, you know, because it's more or less world events, things that are affecting the world. I'm gonna write more cards. I have tons here too. Like, I want to write more of like the God cards and shit like that too. Spiritual cards, things about spirits, like Zashi Kiwashi, Beelzebub card, Osiris, God of Death, husband of Isis, God of Dismemberment, Resurrection, former King of Egypt, life before and after the underworld. Gotta write more of those. Those are so fucking cool. I have a more Ra right here, Nubian God. Alright, I'm gonna hop off here now. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can wait, before I get off, I'll talk about that. So, I mean, we're heavily tied to Isis. Yeah, Isis is a deal. She loves supporting her females, her women, and children. To be honest with you, abandonment issues is something that is like it's a plague now, right? We know a lot of people with abandonment issues, hence the trust issues. It all starts, of course, at home. It all starts with not having the proper intimacy growing up, regardless of whether both your parents were there or not. Abandonment issues still happens, you know, and usually it happens because there is a world plague going on, usually more or less a U.S. fucking plague of capitalism, where no matter where your parents are at, middle class, lower class, poor, you have to work your fucking ass off, and you can't be in your child's life. You're creating a atmosphere for your child, you know, where the government mostly is creating an atmosphere for the child that is unhealthy and unsafe, because they're left with unsavory people. If you don't have a good family unit, if you don't have good support, they could be left with somebody who just isn't, you know, proper parenting. And even if they're left with the correct fucking babysitter or whatever, they're still not having an intimate relationship with their own parents, because their parents have to go out and fucking work the literal hell out of themselves to the point of unhappiness. And then their parents got to come home to their child and act like a fucking bastard, act like a strict piece of shit, or even act too loose with their children. It's about being there, okay? And with your own abandonment issues, you have to think of what was sacrificed for you to even be living and breathing right now. Think about where your family was and where they have come now. You might not see a lot of change on like the outside and the emotional bits, but when you look at the financial status and how much someone has worked for you, if at all, right? That piece really does mean something. You know, a parent who's able to like multitask and still be in a child's life is insane. I mean, a lot of the time that's why women would stay home too. Not only because that's just how the caste system works, men go to work, and what women sit home miserable, you know, miserable, crying to themselves about their husband cheating on them every day, you know, after work, or going to the bar for too long, you know, all that type of shit, right? But at the end of the day, the nurturing piece, whether it comes from the mother and the father, it needs to be there, right? And if you're lacking it this late in life, you know, I'm 21. I had severe abandonment issues. I still do. My own mother had to leave me in the hands of my grandparents because their own domestically violent situation, in which it could have put us all in harm's way. Just for her own mental safety and her own physical safety. And, you know, that was a super huge fucking risk and drop that she had to do on behalf of herself and us. You know, so that whole entire situation, that kind of, you know, for me, that's what started my abandonment issue. To be honest with you, it's not easy. Okay, you have to start all the way back from a place you may not feel comfortable with going at first. You have to uproot certain pieces of yourself that you may have never felt comfortable with. For me, it was my identity. For me, it was like becoming someone that my grandparents and what my parents wanted me to be versus becoming who I actually am, which I'm a pimp ass nigga. I can't help that I'm black, and I can't help the fact that, you know, I don't want to live in a little white box type shit. And whether they never forced that kind of, you know, white shit down my throat, it was all we were shown. It was very one-sided. My mother never got to show me the aspects of being, you know, myself and who I am, because she couldn't be in my life, and she worked herself to, you know, a lot of health issues, a lot of health problems. She good now. Mama Lily, Aaliyah, she good now. Y'all know. But I don't think parents really realize how much that hurts, because they dealt with the same thing that their parents dealt them, which was even more abandonment. It was not even being there at all financially. It was the divorce problems, making it more about their fucking relationship with their husband than their own children. Choosing a man over their own kids. Choosing a woman over their own kids. It was all about them, never about the child, right? And so the child is left to fend for themselves. Now, as a grown person, you are left to fend for yourself. You don't feel intimately connected with your family in certain ways that you know, kind of limits you and make it so you feel like you have no support in a way. You know, and maybe you don't have any support. Maybe they don't want to support you. Maybe they don't want to help you grow or see you grow. Maybe that's the factor. But the true fact is that you need to view this as an adult, as a grown person. View yourself growing up from that position. Show yourself how strong and how proud you truly are. Don't be a victim, right? Don't victimize yourself because you were a child once, and you dealt with all these things as a child, and nobody ever stood up for you. No one ever backed you. The fact is, you backed you. You are now backing you. You are now the only person who can back you. Your parents that weren't there for you, your system that was not supporting you, that's not something you could risk fucking playing on your whole entire life, because then you'll lose your whole entire life thinking about, oh my God, I'm so scared. What if my boyfriend leaves me? What if my girlfriend leaves me? What if, this and this and that, my child leaves me? Like, those are all such trivial things. Everyone has to leave eventually. Like, everyone got to die eventually. So when you think about holding other people back from living their life, regardless of whether it's a loving partner or a child, whatever it is, it's like, you got to realize that's also holding you back. Like, if someone doesn't love you, who chooses to put a foot in front of you and say, I'm good, I don't want it, or I've changed my mind, I don't want to be in this relationship, or I want to get as far away from you as possible, you have to understand from a human perspective, from a human level. We know you have felt that way before. Abandoned people usually want to get as far away from their fucking family as possible because the drama and the bullshit is too much. It's too much weight for a young person. It's too much stress for a young person. That's how you go gray so fucking early. That's how you end up into a very rough situation with alcoholism, with drugs, with any of that type of shit, is you stick around a family who cannot support you and cannot love you the way that you need to be loved. Abandonment issues start from you uprooting your childhood and saying, I survived that. I'm no longer a child. I'm an adult that is trying to create structure. I want to create structure for my own children. I want to make sure that my own children don't have to deal with the same bullshit that I had to deal with. Whether you think you're going to have kids or not, you're going to have kids, okay? You're at least going to have one kid. So you have to roll the dice and say, I'm bigger and I'm more grown than these emotions and feelings. It's not an easy fucking path. And it's not something you can even do in a day. I would even say you can even do it in a year. I would say it takes several years to remove yourself from abandonment. Like I said, I'm still dealing with mine. You know, I'm not in a relationship, and nor do I feel comfortable enough with pursuing one until I have myself built straight. I want to build myself to the point of when I do, you know, feel comfortable enough for a relationship, it's like water off my back when people want to separate themselves from me, right? When you get feelings involved, that's when it gets real rough. It gets real rocky. For abandoned people in particular, you get clingy. You get scared of losing somebody, and then you detach real motherfucking quick and try to run away, right? And that's in a romantical sense. And that's not even counting the friendship, because even in friendships, you do that same motherfucking thing. And then you wonder why people never invite you out and never do this and never do that. It's because you are distant. You are distant from yourself, and you are allowing things of the past. You're allowing your growing up to affect your future, when you could have a lot better quality of life if you would take that shit. Don't bury it. Know where you came from. Look back on it, reflect on it, feel how hurt you feel, see how hurt you felt, even if it takes like digging up old pictures of yourself as a kid, you crying and shit, you know. But nobody has ever broke it down to me. It's heavy. It's not, the fact that you need to heal from abandonment issues is not an easy task. I can't say that, you know, I can't say that it's going to happen soon, you know. It's not like that. It takes a lot of childhood healing. Remember, your whole entire childhood, your entire self was corrupted by neglect. Because not being there emotionally for your child is neglect. As much as we want to evade that situation, as much as we want to believe, oh, well, my parents did support me financially, they did put food in my mouth, and you know, I did get the shit on the toilet and wash my body, that's the bare minimum. That's the bare minimum. Emotional consequences, okay? It's consequences. You're being punished because your parent, because the government, or because whatever you want to blame, but you're being punished because your family didn't have enough fucking structure to love you. You're being punished. And then today, as an adult, you're punishing yourself. Does that make sense? And it probably feels quite stupid when it's explained in that way. But let me just tell you, you're not weak for having those emotions, for having those feelings. It feels like a constant loss every time people walk out of your life. It feels like someone's dying, you know. It's an emotional battle. Like I said, I still deal with it to this day. I have I have BPD. So my structure doesn't really exist within necessarily the love aspect. Is keeping my family together and pushing forward on that front, you know. You can't ignore the fact that people ignored you. You can't ignore the fact that people are still, to this day, they are given a choice to ignore you. You can't have expectations of people, you know, being healed, right? Like that shit is so crazy to me. It's like, okay, so you're expecting to get into a relationship with fucking Prince fucking Eric. You know, the dude that's perfectly perfect, you know, perfectly perfect. He's got the shiny white teeth. He's got the hair, you know, he looked good and he smelled good and he is good. But the reality of it is you don't feel that way about yourself. And so the way you feel about yourself reflects outwardly. That means the person that you go towards romantically is going to have the similar issues, the same issues as you do. It's a mirror, right? Because you're looking for yourself in another person based on your abandonment issues, right? Yeah, I feel that divine lioness, for real. But you have to make sure that like you don't forget yourself in this aspect of relationships, in this aspect of love. You can't forget that you exist, because your purpose isn't just pouring love and pouring, emotions and sex onto somebody. It's just not that. That's not what love is. You might not have been taught what love is, but love is a whole lot of intimacy. It's not just about sharing your deepest secrets and the darkest shit that's ever happened to you. It's not about that. It's about sharing moments together that are absolutely unforgettable. That's what love is. It's memories. It's moments. It's moments that you can recall in time, where you can say you were at your happiest, you were at your most content, you were at your feeling your most loved. And you got to get used to not being, not instantly getting that satisfaction of love as well, because expectation will kill all of your relationships. As much as you want to go in and be like micromanage everything, you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to love me this way, love me that way. You are expecting so much out of either someone who's dealing with similar problems to you or someone who's dealing with a whole different demon. And so until you get to that place where you can work through the abandonment issues, or I call them kind of like the lonely issues, where you always feel like you're alone, even when you're with a whole entire crowd of people. Even when you have a whole entire support group, you still feel alone. And the reason why is because you don't lean back on that support group ever. You're always too afraid to do it, because you're afraid that when you do, they will disappear. But that's just not true. When you have support, you should use it. When you have a mother that loves you, regardless of the past and regardless of things that happen, if she loves you and treats you with respect now as an adult, you should look at it from your adult eyes, not from your child eyes. Understand that people have the ability to make mistakes, and we do it every single fucking day. We will continue to do it because that is the type of species we are. We make mistakes. We fuck up. Okay? We fuck up. We fuck up miserably, to the point of, injuring somebody else, so much so that now you have to carry on that guilt and that abandonment and those feelings and those emotions and that depression. So when someone is trying to apologize, when they're on their hands and knees crawling and be like, hey, I want you in my life, I'm going to get better, I'm going to change, and you see, and this person is actively trying to change, that's when I do say, maybe allow a little bit of support into your life. With romantic situations, though, remember, chances get a little thin. That's not your blood, okay? Romantic situations, that's not your blood. That's not the person who gave birth to you. That is not the person who progenited you. It's not the person, whether they were there or not, that is not a person who is blood related to you. Your blood might not be shit. In other people's lives, their blood means everything. My life, my blood, my family around me is a deeper connection than blood. It's soul. So you got to keep in mind this aspect of keeping yourself in a box, because people told you who you were or how you had to be, or showed you through workaholic standpoint, or showed you through bumisms, right? Maybe your family was a pack of bums, right? That might have been the case too. They showed you who you were supposed to be, but now you're someone else entirely different. You already grew up. You're already grown. You already are trying to build your structure. You're already there. You're not a kid no more. You are not a child. You are not just a baby, abandoned and crying. You're allowed to cry. You're allowed to emote. You're allowed to feel lonely, tired. You get all depressed and shit with abandonment issues. You get super depressed when somebody leaves you on red or does all this trivial shit. But instead of getting depressed, how about you reflect? You reflect on the things what is making you tick that way. You look back on it and look into it. Why is that person doing that, making you so pressed up and so angry and so sad and depressed and frustrated? And that's how you unwind it. You look at why. You don't just sit there in the emotion and just lay down and sleep. A lot of people just sleep through it. They shower through it. They try to snap themselves out of it with every way possible. I'm telling you, that shit don't work. You can ignore it all you want. It's going to pop up even more somewhere else in your life. As much as you want to ignore it. You have to look at it. You have to unwind it, unbox it. Look at why are you feeling that way? And as far as you can go back, as far as you can remember, that's my suggestion. As far as you can remember, why do you feel that chronic attachment to people, maybe even that you just met, or people who are trying to come into your life and love on you and support you? Or maybe even sexually. I knew I got super attached to sex. It was bad. It was really bad because it was an addiction. My attachment left me feeling unfulfilled, though. When you get attached to somebody romantically that you barely know, how does that make you feel? Unfulfilled. Because you don't know that person. You're expecting a lot of that out of that person. You're putting them on a pedestal, and then you're tearing them down at the end of the relationship because you were disappointed in who they couldn't be for you. But what are people expecting of you, right? Maybe the same thing. Maybe they're expecting you to be a little less, controlling and a lot more lenient and communicative. Maybe they want to hear about your issues and problems. Maybe they want to hear the reason why you tick a certain way, right? Maybe that's the unraveling that you need to do. Maybe you need to speak more about why you feel certain ways instead of going off on people and snapping and be like, those are my boundaries, right? Those are your boundaries, but explain why you have those boundaries. Like, a lot of people don't understand from your perspective. You can't expect them to. You can't expect them to read your fucking mind, right? You are not a fucking cartoon character where there's a bubble above your fucking head. That's just not how it works. You have to understand that it's going to take a lot of fucking communication and a lot of hard work to break that cycle. A lot of people with abandonment issues get super attached to their children when they do have them because they finally feel not alone in the world. But then they get scared when that child ends up being like, I'm going to break away because you're too obsessive and you're too controlling, right? In that aspect too, there is a sense of dysfunction. And that child will learn how to become codependent, how to become just like you. Whether it breaks, whether they break this generational curse, or usually that child becomes just like you. You don't want to carry on that heavy reliance on other people's validation into your child's life. You understand that those are the type of things that trigger suicidal thoughts. Those are the type of things that trigger depression, heavy depression within teenagers. Those are the type of things that can destroy your kid. Because you're being selfish and you're saying, I'm not alone in the world. This is something that I could love, forever, and something that will love me forever. No, that's a whole person. You're giving birth to a whole person. It's a whole child. It is not an item. It is a whole person. So if that person ends up hating you because you end up clinging onto it like it's the last limb of your life, and you never get any help for that shit, that's a whole person, bro. It's a whole person. But it stems all the way back. You can keep going back and back and back and back and back. It all stems. It all mirrors something that's already happened for you. To you. My bad. To you, not for you. So it's a cycle. It will come to an end as long as you're willing to put the work in. For sure. I feel even a little lighter today that I'm talking about this type of thing. To push on is like, sometimes within romantic relationships or family relationships, to push on, it feels like you're fucking pushing yourself through razor blades because you're walking on glass 24/7 because your fear, your old fucking closet is like the fucking demons in the closet. It's like the fucking Babadook in the closet. It's the monster under the fucking bed. The fear that everyone's just going to leave you behind and drop you. Even though up until this point, years and years and years and years in the future, they still haven't gone anywhere. Regardless of how much you shove and push, kick and scream, they still haven't gone anywhere. So that should tell you something, right? That long amount of longevity is not going nowhere. That support, however small it is, however way you feel about it, it's there. The smallest of things, whether it's a friend, a family member, a dog, a cat, a fucking, your kid, even your kid, maybe your kid keeps contact with you, even if it is a little rough and rocky, right? It's all there, Your mother, most of all, the mother is the most important aspect. And people always get mad. They're like, well, the father is too. The mother is the one who gives birth to the child. The mother is the one who gives birth to the child out the pussy, rip her box up type shit. The mother is the one who carries that child for 9 months for a reason, because the mother is the one with the severe attachment, the nurture, the amount of nurturing that a child needs. I'm not going to say every mother deserves a child, because that's, you never know. I think every mother thinks they need a child. Okay, but the difference between need and want really do matter in that scenario, because if you want a child, that means you are looking at yourself as ready. When you need a child to survive and push through, you need a responsibility. That's a dangerous game to be playing for your child. Dangerous game, because you can really risk it all later in life. Of course, that child will never forget what you did for them, but you can't hold that against them, right? When they say, yeah, I don't want a relationship with you because you're controlling. You try to control every aspect. You try to live vicariously through me. I don't want all that. You can't be mad at a kid who is not even rebelling. It's just being like, I have boundaries. I'm an adult. I'm grown now. Or even amongst a teenager, right? Those are the types of things that destroy your child's confidence, is when you try to live vicariously through them. But children are not stupid. They know exactly what the fuck is going on. Even a young child knows what the fuck is going on. And that's just the sad world we grow up in, where we constantly are traumatized. So even our children come out the womb type shit traumatized and unhinged. But I won't even say that. A child is pure until you corrupt him. Even in the belly type shit, when that baby's growing, when that baby be getting whether it's booze and smoking weed, and that baby be chiefing and keefing and shit with you, remember, everything you say, everything you do, everyone you're around, the type of environment that you're in, whether it's stressful, aggressive, anxious, everything, that child will feel that. And that child will essentially learn to develop those same traits that you had while pregnant with that child, or while being around that child as a father even. Like when you raise your voice, when you scream and yell while pregnant, when you do things that stress you out or put you in panic mode, your child feels all of that. So we got to stop being fucking selfish on this bitch. You wonder why your child has such severe anxiety issues, not just because the way it grew up. In the belly, it felt that shit. It's crazy shit, man. Genetics and all that type of shit is something that we still are super far away from completely understanding, because they don't want us to understand that. They don't want us to understand the patterns of why humans get so traumatized and fucked up, because they want us to be fucked up, because that's what keeps the money rolling. But at the end of the day, we have to fend for ourselves, right? We can be some of the small percentage that treats our children right, that puts our children on the right path, that doesn't overcompensate or try to, monopolize a child, right? It all starts right there. And remember, you're getting better for your own future, so you can pass a legacy onto your kid that is worthwhile, that is, positive, storytelling, Not all of it's going to be positive. I'm not that fucking delusional. But you can make such a good foundation for a kid that trauma, unless they lace the fuck back up, which you won't let them do that. As the mother or as the father, you won't let them do that. Back up into that type of behavior? Hell no. Nope. Because once you take the steps to get help now, you already know. You already got that shit. You can push your kid into the right direction. That's what I'm saying. Fear of the unknown is crazy, right? But the way I've learned to cope with the unknown is I don't need to know. I don't need to know what this person is doing. I don't need to know. In fact, my intuition will ring and ding off. I go usually by my feelings and my intuition, because my feelings are so strong. A lot of it has to do with the abandonment piece as well, but also BPD. It's a childhood trauma thing where it's like I feel super attached to humanity in general, so I can feel every single emotion someone is going through, even if they're not even sitting right in front of me. The way I use that, though, is I use that to see, when people are telling the truth, when they're telling lies, when they are telling tall tales, small tales, all of that. I'm able to see someone through someone's guilt, frustration, anger, And that it's not even a superpower. Everyone can do it, especially if you have all these issues. Because you're so used to overanalyzing everybody else's emotions and feelings, watching people go through body language, that you should know already when a person is lying to you. You don't gotta question it. It's there. You should know already when a person is stuttering and fucking around on you, pulling your leg, making you feel some type of way. You should know when someone's artificial, because you've watched it happen already. You've taken in all of that information, and now you can use it for yourself and to protect yourself. Not everyone is artificial. There might be, I know it feels like it's a small percent, but not everyone is artificial. Not every man and not every woman is artificial. It's something that we learn, and you have to observe, and you have to watch. You have to watch yourself too, because you got to keep in mind, if you giving out those artificial fucking shits too, where it's like you act like a person that you're just mad, or you act like you're pretty imperfect and shit, or you try to evade talking about your issues, about your trauma. There's a certain time too that you try to talk about this type of shit, and it's not right at the beginning of the relationship. You should at least wait 2 or 3 months before you break down what's going on inside your psyche. Because remember, people are out here. Some people are out here to use you, whether it's to further traumatize you or to give off on your current trauma. So you just watch, you wait. You don't impatiently jump into 10 relationships. You watch and you wait. You have to have some sort of a red flag system, or a stopping block that says, hey, this is out of time. This is done. I feel that this is done. Why do I keep dragging it on, right? Like once you lose that hope within the relationship, that is when you say, I'm dropping this shit. Because loss of hope tells you there's some loss of love, loss of respect, loss of loyalty, loss of honesty. Especially when you're dealing with a liar, it's like you lose everything. You feel like you lose everything. Especially emotionally, you feel like you lose everything. When you're dealing with a severe case of a liar or a narcissist, or, someone who just doesn't give a flying fuck about you. You could feel it. You feel it. So don't ignore that. Hey, Pisces. Hey, Pisces. Good morning, Sierra. Pisces are incredibly smart when it comes to this type of shit. They just don't give themselves enough credit. I'm gonna be honest with you. Pisces is like one of the most intuitive signs of the zodiac. Y'all can read people for fucking filth, and somehow you still kind of get mixed up in this idea that like what you're seeing is not the truth. And so you end up wanting to see it through either to the end or to the point where that person hurts you. And then you feel stupid because you're like, I should have just trusted myself in the beginning, right? And I feel like a lot of people feel that way. But Pisces just has this idea in their head that's like, I'll give this person a chance. I'll give them another chance. I always go by this rule because I'm a Pisces Venus. I go by this rule. I'll give people 2 chances, okay? 1 chance to correct themselves, okay? 1 chance to correct that shit. And then if they piss me off in another way, okay, I'll give them just another chance to correct this shit. If they make the mistake again, though, the same mistake twice, I'm not going to do it. I back up. I don't have this idea in my head that I have to stick around, like I have to tough it out, if that makes sense. I don't have this idea in my head. I don't stick to this like, oh yeah, this is my soulmate, my twin flame. I don't give a flying fuck who the fuck you are. You treat me with respect, because not because I have to beg for it, not because I have to ask for it, because I give you respect. I give you my attentiveness, my love and passion. So don't fuck with me. I'm someone who's very open and honest about the things that I deal with, even on a daily. I don't have time for lies and manipulation. That's what I'm saying. You don't. Nobody does. And that's why it gets so irritating, right? When you're in a situation and you have to second guess yourself when you know what's going on. It's like you have dealt with the same situation 10 times before. The same bitch. The same bitch. The same nigga. You dealt with that. You dealt with them so many times before, in fact, that it's ingrained into your system, your intuition. Your intuition recognizes all this shit. You start like hackling up like a cat. The reason why your hair stands up, the reason why you get shaky and anxious and panic mode, is because your body and your mind is recognizing the same game. You got me? And that's what, like I said, that's when I just say, nope, that's it for me. That's it for me. If someone's not going to try, if someone's going to literally, you know, almost make a game out of what I deal with or what I want in a relationship, I'm not going to put up with it. It's just as simple as that. I don't care. You can be Mr. Motherfucking, Mr. and Mrs. Fucking, I'm trying to think of I can't even think of an attractive person right now. Elvis Presley and Beyonce. You could be them two motherfuckers, right? You could be the prettiest people in the world. You could start fucking moonwalking and backflipping. You can be Michael Jackson. I don't give a flying fuck who you are. At that extent, I'm not gonna put up with you. I don't have any heart at all for liars. I don't have any heart for deceitful people either. Sneaky people, I know who sneaky people are. They're the quiet people. Okay? They're the people who are way too quiet or way too fucking loud. And I'm not gonna put up with that shit. My temper is just, you know, I there's only so much I can take. There's only so much I can take, you know. And I look at it from the perspective of y'all ladies too. You know, there's only so much you can possibly physically handle before you're up top starts going fucking crazy, right? And that's how your abandonment issues and all of your issues come together and start getting worse. They start eating your brain up and filling you full of delusions and lies. And then when that person does come around that is kind of worth it, you end up second guessing yourself there too and ruining your chances of being with a person that's like that. Hey, you know, and like they say, rejection is God's protection, or rejection is whoever, you know, angels' protection, whatever they say. But at the end of the day, who's being protected? Is it that person or is it you? That's what you got to ask yourself. Is it that person who's being protected, or is it you? Because in that situation, you could also be the bad guy. Remember, we are versatile creatures. We have the capability of being mean, dirty fucking bastards, and we also have the capability of being very sweet, very kind, angelic creatures. And there is nowhere in between. Trust me, you're either a fucking piece of rotten shit, right? And pieces of rotten shit can also change. I agree with that. They can change. Or you are somebody who chooses a lighter path, to walk a lot lighter, to not carry on with drama and problems and high school issues and all this extra ego and, you know, bustling and busting it down and shit. Like, you know, somebody who focuses on stability for them and their family at the end of the day. We all have the capability of being evil fucking creatures, man. All of us. Every single one of us. There's no exceptions. Absolutely none. We can talk about narcissists and psychopaths and sociopaths all day, but I'm going to tell you something. We're all capable of murder in the right situation. There's some things that we, you know, some people are not capable of, I will say. There's some acts of crime that literally make me want to kill certain folks. But I'm going to be honest with you. We are capable of doing very disgusting things. That doesn't mean you have to do them. That doesn't mean you have to test the waters. That doesn't mean you have to skirt around and pretend like, oh, you know, I don't even know what would happen if I touched this electric fence. It's like, bitch, you know what would happen when you touch an electric fence. You know what would happen when you touch the sharp end of a knife, right? When you poke hard on the sharp end of it, you know what would happen. Like, you don't test it. Don't play with it. Don't try to use or abuse it. Don't try to outsmart it. You understand when you try to outsmart evil people? You're playing into their game. That is their lot. That is their sin. Like anytime anyone tries to play an evil person, you realize that that person ends up hitting you 12 times harder because you're falling right into their net, and they are grasping onto you. And trust me when I say, they will not release you. They will make sure you suffer. And that's on the account of the fact that you wanted to play a game, right? It started out as a simple game, you know, simple little Uno play, Yahtzee type shit. Simple, basic. If you're good at math, you fucked around with the wrong one, right? And people gotta stop with that ego shit where it's like, oh, I know I'm stronger than this fucking loser, or I know I'm stronger than this evil person, and then you end up falling in love with them. You end up seeing the best in them and shit. Because what you did was you played yourself. You played with a player and you got played. What do you expect? Not that crazy. I love this type of shit, by the way. I could go on all the fucking day about this shit. Oh, thank you, Leslie. Thank you. Thank you, sweetie pie. In this type of environment, particularly with tarot, I think that it's easy for people to be misled through specifically romantic relationships. Because when you hear something in a reading, you always want to compare it to yourself. You're like, oh, does that fit me? I think that's the wrong way of going about tarot. You shouldn't even have to ask the question of, does that fit me? That should just fit. When you hear when you get them chills, when you start hearing your exact story, that's you, boo. That's you. When you have to pick and choose through a reading, I don't think that's for you. I just don't. Picking up on a collective is about picking up on a certain subset of people, very particular situations. Usually it's very specific situations. You don't have to tweak things to fit, or make things fit, or tie that shit together. It's not a makeshift thing. A collective reading is reading for a specific collective of people, to get a message out there. Something, whether it's a warning or a situation that someone needs to leave, whatever it is. It's to help someone build structure. It's not to further them into the type of behavior like enabling negative people around them, trying to, swoon a player, or trying to do this, trying to do that, trying to still fuck with your ex diva boyfriend and shit. Like, bitch, shut up. Just shut up. Like, you need to grow the fuck up, Learn what readings are really about. And it's not just about you. You got to keep in mind there's a whole entire collective, and you shouldn't have to tweak shit. It's either yours or it's not. That's the way I read, personally. Other readers might say, oh, well, hey, this might not fit in your situation, but no. No, I don't do that. So that's just the way it is. For me, I will read. And that's what I do. I read. And I will read you for filth. That's what I do. That's how I prefer it. That's how I've always preferred it. Even when I'm watching other readers and they say, oh, this might be your situation, I'm not going to say might. It better be my situation. Either it is or it isn't. That's how I listen to readers. It's like, it's either mine or it's not. And then, I'll listen a little bit and then I'll leave if it's not. And people get so used to stalking through tarot, it's crazy. But that's not, like, it gives so much misinformation too, because like I said, it's not, you are not that person, right? You are not that, say you're dealing with a Scorpio, right? You are not that Scorpio, right? You can project as much energy as you want out into the atmosphere, wanting me or another reader to read your Scorpio through a collective reading, right? It's not the same as a personal reading, and it's not the same as purchasing a question, doing all that extra shit. When you're watching a Scorpio reading on behalf of somebody, on behalf of your Scorpio, realize how many messages and subliminals are in there that are not at all related to your situation. You're hearing, oh, he's fucking around with another bitch, like, that type of shit where it's like, oh my god, I can't believe he's fucking around with another bitch, I'm gonna catch him in it. You realize that makes you extra paranoid, and that is like kind of cementing the trust issues. You realize that's what makes you extra paranoid, extra confused, extra scared. You know, a lot of the people that go on Steve Wilkos, they don't admit it, but a lot of them go to psychics. A lot of them go to psychics or go to tarot readings and listen to a collective reading and think that's dumb. And think, oh my God, my Scorpio's thinking about me. Oh. But that's not, you are not that Scorpio, and so that is not your energy, and so that's not going to carry over that way. Your partner's energy doesn't carry over that way because that is not you. That is not you. Y'all don't move as a fucking conjoined twin. You're not Siamese twins last time. I hope not. Right? Check yourself before you wreck yourself. You understand? Dumb trust issues destroy your whole entire relationship. Whether it's through tarot, psychics, even sometimes through therapy. Sometimes therapists can be crooked too. I'm not even gonna lie to you. People are just crooked in general. I can't say not to trust anyone, but I say really look at someone's background, really sift through that shit. You know, sift through that shit. Dig and dig and dig. Dig until you can't dig no more. That's my suggestion. People are so good at just like, ooh, let me watch these 20 readings with the 20 dudes I'm dealing with. That's not them, babe. That's not them. You won't know how they feel. You won't ask how they feel. And unless they're up in the reading, like sitting next to you, listening to the reading, picking out the reading, be like, that's my situation, you'll never know. You never know. It's never for certain and it's never for sure. Unless you get a full-on reading or questions or whatever you want done. But at the end of the day, too, not all tarot readers are accurate either. I consider myself to be fairly accurate. I consider myself to be a fair reader, where I'm not going to tell you something that just isn't there. When people ask me, oh, will I get back together? Are you sure I won't get back together? I hate that shit, because I'm like, babe, listen. The likelihood, tarot is all about likelihood. And it's very, very likely you will not get back together with that person. Now, if he suddenly, I can't account for the fact that he might do cocaine, crack cocaine, heroin, and fucking, pills one day and try to get back with you. He might be out of his fucking mind and out of his element in the next 24 hours and do crack cocaine and pills just out of the blue. That's his choice. To drink so much that he confesses to you, that's his choice. Even though tarot readers can kind of predict that type of moment, it's like, at the end of the day, the prediction is most likely for the nearest future. And to be honest with you, it's not looking too bright. You know, if he has to do crack cocaine and coke and pills in order to get with you, that's not your nigga. That's not your nigga. He don't love you. He loved the fucking crack. He loved the snuff. And the dude in the show wanted to get this over with. Are we doing any free reads today, boo? I just got finished with like doing a little shakedown. So if y'all want to go back and listen to the shakedown, it's about abandonment issues. It's about a little bit of everything, actually, especially when it comes to tarot. It's definitely about connections between people and abandonment issues and trust issues and shit like that. I just went down the little run through. That was about an hour. Not too bad, not too shabby. But I am gonna get off now so I can go film a couple of things. You know, I need to do a couple of other work things so that I can eventually maybe come back here tonight and do more readings, possibly. We'll see where it goes. So I've been on this bitch for mad long. Let's see, 6 hours and 26 minutes. Still not the record. The record I think I did a while back was like 8 or 9 hours, and that's when I had a lot of fucking free time. Let's put it that way. Damn. All right. Yeah, Lawrence, maybe you should listen back to what I just said, to be honest with you. All right, y'all. I appreciate y'all showing up. I like the transparency of these readings that I did today. I like y'all's presence, of course. Love the good energy, collective energy. Very, very sweet, kind folk. little bit emotional, right? We are going through crisis mode right now because we're swapping over to a really, really crazy, eventful season. But it's going to be okay. I'll let you know. I'm going to let you down smooth. It's going to be okay. We're going to be all right. We're going to make it through. There ain't nothing like a little bit of a challenge, right? You got to bite into that shit. Jump over that shit. Pretend that you a fucking cartoon character like Mario or like some Bugs Bunny ass bitch and get your ass up out of bed. Get your ass up out of bed. Okay, stop sleeping. No more depression type beat, okay? Alright. Like I said, you likely will see me later tonight. You know, I get on like 2:45 because you know this nigga gotta sleep too. I gotta sleep a little bit too. Usually I sleep and then I get on. So I'll see you. All right. Goodbye.